take work and our thinking off paper from our intellect and actually practice what this embodiment is. So we should always be feeling and seeing and getting to know someone a little bit more, unpacking what their identity is, feeling like there's an experience, and always walking away knowing a little bit more or having some sort of connectivity with whoever it is. And this is just different brands and stuff that I've done, being able to do that work with in different ways. And that is me. That is a wrap. I will stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Nathania, and we will get back at the end. We'll do a little summary and entertain questions. Thank you so very much for that very interesting presentation. We move on now to the second person on the schedule, which is Makol Lanaman. Go right ahead.
Greetings, everybody. Greetings in the name of the Most High. Giving blessings to everybody who's tuned in across the world today. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this platform, and sending much love and bigging up to all the speakers and also attendees that are here today. I'm going to switch things up a little bit. I'm going to switch things up because I'm aware that we are, as academics, as critical thinkers, we are doing this conference on embodiment. But at the same time, I'm also aware of the contradiction of how we study embodiment within academic institutions and spaces, you know, how embodiment as a theory, as a literature, even as a conference can at times become disembodying. And this is just a contradiction that exists as we kind of go into this literature and we think about it and we do our work in it. So what I'm wanting to do with my 15-minute time slot is actually to hold an embodied practice. And I'm going to center my presentation or, you know, this 15 minutes around an embodied practice. And then kind of after that, I guess I'll just have a quick discussion about some of the research that I'm doing in a very informal and conversational style. But as I said, this is doing it in this way. I guess what I wanted to do is challenge myself in embodiment. And I don't have any slides. I've kind of prepped things in my head, but I've also kind of told myself that what I want to do is practice embodiment by just by speaking from the heart and allowing kind of ancestors and just my own embodied knowledge to do the speaking. So it may be quicker than 15 minutes. We'll see how it goes. But I'm just going to begin by holding space and asking us to come into practice together. And I'm going to show you and kind of participate with you in a somatic practice that I've been learning. I'm currently learning somatics to be a practitioner in somatics. And here's a practice that I've been learning, and I want to share this with you. So what I want us to do is just land into this space that we're in right now. It may help to close your eyes, or it may feel more comfortable to open them. That's fine. But I just want us to arrive in this space that we're in, just to land. And feel into the body. Bring some awareness into our body. Maybe feel for any tensions or sensations. And without judgment, just bring our awareness and energy to this part. For areas that do hold tension, I want us to send love and healing to these parts of our bodies. To ground us in the space, I want us to feel the ground and the earth beneath our feet. Feel the ground and feel the way that this ground holds us up. But also feel the way that we meet the ground, the way that our weight connects with the ground and the earth. And bringing awareness to this heaviness, this weight, this connection. Feel this as we kind of travel up the body. You may want to stand up doing this, or you're fine to sit down, that's cool. But feel how this, this weight is also existing as we sit down through the chair, feeling our weight into the earth in this way. And then just bringing awareness to our spine, our back, and allowing our back to be lengthened, vertebrae by vertebrae, all the way up to our head and then to our scalp. And allowing yourself to feel length and feel tall. As we do this, this is an embodied way of practicing dignity. For many of us that are part of oppressive or minoritized groups, it is important that we practice dignity and we embody dignity as we work in these spaces, academic spaces, and as we just live our everyday lives. Feel our dignity and hold our dignity. From here, I'm going to ask us to now bring some awareness to the width of our body. Feel how wide your body is. And as you feel how wide your body is, allow your body to take up space. We are often forced to make ourselves smaller. Our bodies are often policed by how much space we take up, physically and socially. Allow yourself to exhale into your natural width. We can use the lungs to exhale deeper and to widen further. And as we connect with our width, we are also connecting with the interconnectedness of ourselves with all beings on this earth. Connect with the trees that are alongside you on this street that you're in right now. Connect with the rocks, the roads, the buildings, the people. The people on this Zoom call right now, people from Japan to Africa to the Caribbean, all across the globe, connect with everybody on this call and feel each other. And as we feel the interconnectedness of each other, I want us to send love to each other, but also receive love from one another so we can create a reciprocal love network, feeling held by one another. And then from here, we're going to center in our depth. This means from our front body to our back body. And we're going to begin from our back body and just feel the back of your body. Feel what that feels like. It may be the clothes on your back. It may be the chair. There may be a breeze. But just feel your back body. Because our back body represents our journey and where we've come from. So allow ourselves to feel into that. Be one with that. Lean into that. And as we are in this space of the back body, also connect with those that came before us and our ancestral lineage. And feel them through your back body. And as you feel them, allow yourself to just lean back a little bit and allow yourself to be held by them. From here, we're going to then bring our awareness to our center body, the very middle of ourselves. This is hard to explain, but intuitively we can find this. And this is the center of our body. This is our centerpiece, our point. And allow yourself just to be in that space, in this moment. It represents the very present, being on this Zoom call, doing the work that we're doing, feeling present in this. Then exhale into our front body. Feel the frontness of yourself. Feel the breeze on your skin, on your face, the different temperatures. And just be in this space on the front side. Your gaze can also help in finding this place. And as we're in this energy, as we're in this space here, I want us to center on our dreams, our longing. What is it that we want in this world? What is it that we want to see? What is it that we want to create and be a part of? And once you're holding this in front of you, I want you to feel yourself moving towards this. Feel your front side of your body moving towards this and meeting this. And feel what that feels like. Be comfortable in that. Know that you deserve this and we deserve this. From here, I want us just to bring just our awareness to our breath, allowing it to be deeper and longer. With every exhale, surrendering and letting go of anything, any energy that no longer serves us. And if your eyes are closed right now, open them up. Allow yourself to come into this space and give yourself a smile. And smile to the other people that are in the room and sharing this space with us. So thank you for this practice. As mentioned by Dave, my name is McCall Lanneman. I'm researching at the University of Sheffield. I'm currently researching the ways that racism impacts Black students on an embodied level. This means looking at the ways in which racism manifests somatically in the body, how our bodies hold racial trauma, feel embodied microaggressions, and experience being a Black body within an educational context and institution.
Just wrap up for me, wrap up there. 2 minutes, yeah.
No problem. My research consists of 3 stages, which involves using ethnography to go into schools and being with the students and kind of, observing their behavior, giving them interviews and seeing what's kind of how they're living, how they experience school. So 3 stages. The first stage is just being with the young people, spending time with them, whether it's in the youth club, whether it's, going to the gym, going to boxing, and just being with them in a, non-educational space. Secondly, I then go into the schools, be in the classrooms with the Black students, and as I say, observe their body language, their posture, their gesture, and ask them about what it feels like. What does their body feel like when you go into a history class and all you learn about is slavery? How is that felt in the body? And then the third stage of the research involves body mapping. And this is an arts-based method that involves drawing around the body and mapping external events and memories and stories to the body and showing the connection between how our experiences and perceptions are connected and held in the body. I'm in the 3rd year now. I'm having some really interesting kind of data and kind of just insights about how we're connected to the body. And because we're short on time, I will just say that if you're wanting to learn more about this, learn more about my research or connect, I can drop my email in the chat box and we can have a reason.
Thank you so much, Michael. And at least before we finish this session, I want you to tell us even one significant highlight from your research, but we'll come back to that. So just hold on to that, okay? We'll come back to you. Thank you so much, Michael. We're moving on now to, I think it's Leslie. Yeah, okay, right. Shawen Lee, am I pronouncing it correctly? Go right ahead. Thank you so much. Go right ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Very happy can present after Michael. It's very good experience. And I'm very happy to have the opportunity to share my research here with you. Especially we all come from very different time zone. So I'm Shawen Lee, and I'm a documentary filmmaker, and I'm on my 3rd year of my practical PhD at Goldsmiths University of London. And my presentation topic is walking in my trans friend's high heel. So let me share my PowerPoint. Okay. Here. Okay. Okay, so my topic is walking in my trans high heels. So sorry. Okay. So nowadays, the opinions and discussion about transgender issue seem more and more extremes, and the discussion around transgender people always focus on the soul in the wrong body need to be cured, or like it always connect to gender reassignment surgery. So for example, the J.K. Rowling, she post on Twitter to say like trans women are not real women. And like people always discuss about like trans people, if they use toilet, that will be dangerous. So people thinking about transgender people is always as fake or cheating or pretending to be another gender. So the representation of transgender people is often from an outsider perspective on media. So how can we use a different documentary method to really understand of transgender people? So because I come from Taiwan, so I can share a little of the background of Taiwan. So 10 years ago, I make a documentary of three transgender people. So in that experience, I find, in fact, transgender people, their desire and the sexual orientation and the body expression are all very different. So they are not just want to change from one gender to another gender. But because in Taiwan, if you want to change your legal gender, you need to go through 2 data for 2 years, and you need to have done the gender reassignment surgery. So that is mean the data become the gatekeeper of transgender people to have the surgery, and the transgender people, they need to perform their gender in front of the data to get the surgery. So in Taiwan, in fact, there are only around 1,000 people, they have complete the surgery and change their ID. Okay. So this is the picture of the documentary I filmed 10 years ago in 2015. And so this is the transgender people. They are fighting in the gay parade, and they are strove the right for their body, and they want to abolition of the compulsory gender reassignment surgery. Okay. So my research question is, what relation of power and govern gender and the transgender subjectivities, and how transgender people negotiate with the gender normalization in everyday life, and what difficulty they face. And through documentary, I'm thinking like how to express the real situation of transgender people, or how can we try to understand transgender people or gender in a different way. Okay. So I introduced a little of my theoretical framework. So I think when we think about transgender, we can think about the naming of it. So I use Foucault's discussion about normalization and the power. So to thinking about how people like define the transgender this term. So in fact, like homosexuality and like transsexual in Chinese, it's called 变性人, and like the term sex, gender, and in Chinese, we call 性别, and like transgender this term, these are all produced in the 19th or 20th century. So it's all have their like historical context. And this kind of term, this kind of term from the Foucault's perspective, it all connect with Western modern medical and the science discourse. So nowadays, when people thinking about transgender, people thinking about they need to have a surgery, or like we always thinking about like they need to change their body, or they need to go through some medical process. Yes, so the trans activist and theorist Jack Harpston, they think like, in fact, the naming of transgender need to change to trans, and it's a becoming process. So it's not just identity. In fact, it's a changing term, and it can have a political potential, and transgender people, they can define themselves. Okay. Okay, so yeah, let me jump to slide. Okay, and I also try to use some performativity of the gender theory, because like Judy Butler, they are very famous about the gender performativity theory, and they try to analyze transgender performativity and to urge sex and gender are both constructed and use post-structuralism to break the link between sex and gender. But when transgender people, because Judy Butler break the link, so gender kind like can become changeable with the body. But when transgender people, they want to undertake different gender performativity, they still face very strong stress. And there are still many difficulty in their daily life. So like Jerry Purser, they are trans theorist, and they mention about in fact transsexual embodiment is very important because there are really some trans people, they want to change their body, so they still want surgery of by some transgender people. So the feeling of their body is actual and not, as Butler mentioned, is changeable and easily to be deconstructed. And Karen Barra also use a new materialism perspective to analyze that body and the material have agency. Through interactivity, body and the materials also has the power to affect our feeling. And Julia Hansen, she tried to apply Barra's theory to drag king, and she find drag king makeup, when they're doing makeup and the clothes, in fact, it really have an empower possibility and can make the drag people, they have embodied feeling of this different gender performativity, and usually they will feel like they become stronger and they feel they can do more things, or they have more power than their limited gender performativity. And finally, I can introduce Paul B. Preciado, and they are also a trans theorist. And Preciado, they try to connect the gender performativity with capitalism and discuss the use of pharmacy, such as hormone or pornography to change our body. And this all affect by capital protection nowadays. So like people try to change their body and to perform gender performativity, but it's be affected by the capitalism. Okay, so next I will show some clip of experiment video I made. So it's I use a participatory documentary method, and I invite my trans friend as my teacher of gender, and I use my body to explore this embodied feeling. So I invite my trans friend to help me to do the makeup and borrow me her clothes. So I try to wear different clothes, and through wear these different clothes and makeup and walking on the street with my trans friend, I also recording the process. So I can show 3 minutes of the recording. Excuse me. Can you hear the voice? Can you hear a little about the finding? Excuse me. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're hearing it. Yeah, man. Just a quick conclusion, please.
Okay. Yes, so okay, I briefly talking about the finding. So because this experience, I find myself can feel the dangerous feeling of like wear different clothes, but I can also feel the exciting feeling about the freedom to perform different gender performativity. So I can feel like the gender performativity is really constructed with body, and the clothing, they have a material agency, kind of like it. In the beginning, I wear the high heel, so the way you walk is different, and when you do the makeup, it makes you become more attractive. So these are all the agency and the emotion feeling of the material, and I feel the ending is quite important because I feel shy at the beginning, but at the end, I feel like I just wear different clothes, but I still is me. So I feel that yeah, it's really
Yes, the
very different.
liberation. Yes, thank you
Okay.
so much. Thank you so much for
Thank
the
you.
experience.
Thank
Yeah, man, and we
you.
will come back to you at the end. We have
Okay,
one more
thank you.
person to present, and we're gonna ask, I think it's Shakir. Am I right?
Okay.
Manal Shakir to come now and to present his paper. And that's the last one for this panel, and we have a brief discussion afterwards.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you stop sharing? All right. Right. Go ahead, Manal.
Thank you, Dave.
Yes. Do you
Yeah,
need to
I'm
share?
trying.
You need to share? Okay, beautiful. All right.
Yeah,
Go right ahead.
great. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Thanks a lot for the organizers of this interesting workshop and discussion. My name is Manal. I'm from Palestine, and I am a third-year PhD candidate in sociology at Queen Margaret University in Edinburgh. Before I start talking about my PhD research, I'd like to say that we need to acknowledge the reality of Israeli genocide in the Gaza Strip. In fact, in a world that is governed by the law of the jungle, where the oppressed are blamed for resisting their own oppression, while the oppressors are seen as self-defenders, the crimes Israel is committing is hardly surprising. And indeed, the mainstream narrative in the West that has been portraying Palestinians as subhumans and as irrational, violent people shouldn't be underestimated. This narrative has been facilitating and justifying the extermination of Palestinian bodies at a scale unprecedented since the Zionist colonization of Palestine started more than a century ago. But what surprises me is the silence and even the complicity of academic institutions, particularly in the imperial core of the global North, because these are the same institutions that never stop talking about decolonizing the academia and decolonizing research methodologies or the curriculum. But when it comes to addressing the material reality of colonialism and the anti-colonial struggle of the Palestinian people, they give a blind eye. And this underlines the urgency of the need to shake the foundations of the ivory tower of conventional academia by making the voices of those who are marginalized, of those who are excluded from the whole process of knowledge production heard more. And my research on the role of Palestinian semi-nomadic women in resisting Israeli settler colonial elimination and disposition is a small contribution to this wider effort to represent and to raise the voices and to value the knowledge systems of those who are perceived by conventional academia as not possessing the intellectual tools of knowledge production. So to give a brief overview about my research, I examine how Palestinian semi-nomadic women in an area of Palestine, in the south of Palestine called Masafir Yatta, in resisting Israeli disposition through practicing the anti-colonial Palestinian philosophy of sumud, which means steadfastness or the persistence to stay on the land. I'm particularly looking at how Israel has been trying to decimate the semi-nomadic lifestyle of the communities and the socio-economic structure informed by that lifestyle, including the gender order, like how Israel is trying to disorder that order and how women fight back. So, and the initial findings show that women have a superior agency to men because their female bodies allow them to be more confrontational than men. And to understand more how my positionality and the whole ethnographic experience has been shaped by that materiality, I'll talk quickly about Masafir Yatta. So as I said, Masafir Yatta is in the south of Palestine. It's been affected by Israeli settler colonial expansion since 1948, when Israel was founded on the land of Palestine. And that's something that is not part of the official story of Masafir Yatta. It is something that the women I interviewed told me. So my research is also about the re-narration of the history of Masafir Yatta in resisting settler colonialism through the experiences of women. But in 1967, Masafir Yatta became under Israeli military rule, and the disposition policies of Israel culminated in the 1980s when it designated parts of the area, which you can see in the map here in light purple, as a closed military area known as Firing Zone 18. And Israel, through that, has been reconfiguring the space of Masafir Yatta through the expansion of settlements, building walls, military towers, in addition to installing a sophisticated system of surveillance that has been curtailing and undermining the movement of these semi-nomadic communities who rely on movement and space as part of their lifestyle, and how that has been badly affecting women and their social roles within their own communities. So although I was born and grew up in Palestine, being in Masafir Yatta is different from any other part in Palestine. Indeed, Palestinian scholar Rima Hamami described Masafir Yatta as a zone of hyper precarity and elimination because of Israel's military presence, huge Israeli military presence in the area. So when I was there, I always felt that I am hyper visible because of the presence of the Israeli army, Israeli settlers, and cameras everywhere. In certain areas, the camera would move wherever my body moves. So if I go to the right, the camera would go to the right. If I go to the left, the camera would go to the left. And it's hard to live that bodily experience because the camera is a machine, and behind the machine there is this anonymous settler or Israeli soldier who's scrutinizing my body and watching my movement. But Masafir Yatta is not only the space of the colonizer, it's also the space of the colonized, or the counter space of the colonized, who have been always to curb out a counter-hegemonic geography and space, despite of Israeli attempts to dispossess them over the course of more than 7 decades. And one of the things that make Masafir Yatta a unique case in the Palestinian anti-colonial struggle is the fact that most of the communities there live in ancient caves that they had to renovate in order to live in them as an attempt to resist Israeli home demolition policies. And I'd like to read through a quote from Eduardo Soteros Jalil, who's a photographer who visited Masafir Yatta in 2014, where he says, "This is the story of Masafir Yatta, a space inside another space, a world that is stranger to everyone. It's the life of people that live very close to the ground, so close that many of them sleep in its womb, in caves that their grandparents, and great-grandparents dug." The cave is kind of a liberated space where it counters the hyper visibilities that me as a Palestinian and the other Palestinians who live in the area live, because it is also a space where we're able to be invisible to the eyes of the colonizers, and that's a space of refuge. And also the cave is a gendered space. It is the space where women are confined to, and this is where I spent my time because my research is about women's resistance. So I spend my time there, especially because I use the extended case method to research, where the idea is to use dialogue with the participants and to immerse myself in their social world by engaging in daily activities that they do, being part of their everyday social life, in order to understand how macrostructures of power operate and how they resist the operation of these macrostructures of power, in order to reconstruct theory through the concrete reality of the oppressed. And I collected data in 2 phases during the summer of 2023 and last summer in 2024, particularly because I'm interested in documenting the resistance of the communities under the shadow of the unfolding genocide in Gaza. And I used different techniques of data collection, like the guided unstructured interviews, semi-structured interviews, and the participant observations techniques. And as you can see, the data collection methods varied because, for instance, I used the guided unstructured interviews with the women with whom I became familiar, and I managed to build like a bond of trust, while the semi-structured interviews was utilized as a technique, was utilized in relation to the women that I couldn't reach because or spend enough time with because of Israel's restriction on the movement and the danger of being in certain places. So I spend, as I said, I spend my time within the space of women, which is the domestic space. But it's important to stress that the women define their domestic space or the domestic role differently from the Western understanding of what the domestic means. It doesn't only include the house where women are limited to. It includes other places outside the house. And I'll quote 2 of the participants in terms of the way they define their domestic activities. So one of them, her name is Salme. She's in her 40s. And she says, "I used to walk for 2 hours to fetch water from a distant water well. I graze my cattle in our pastures away from my home without being accompanied by my brother." Another participant in her 60s, Majid, says, "Every year in spring, and I and other women from my community would ride our donkeys, cross the border of Israel until we reach the Naqab Desert and gather wild plants." So that's how women are embodied in space. But unfortunately, Israel has been shrinking the space of women due to settlement expansion in the area. While I was there, the exposure to Israeli violence is constant. Like even inside the caves or their homes, the Israeli settlers, who are usually armed, would invade or break into their homes. And it's not something that happens occasionally. It happens on a daily, if not on an hourly basis. So violence has become ordinary, and the exposure of my body as an ethnographer being there and the bodies of the participants to that violence is constant. And in addition to that, I was intentionally interested in joining resistive acts in the area by joining families in confronting settler violence who invade their lands. In one of the occasions, I joined one of the families to kick out a group of settlers who invaded their land, and the settlers were holding knives and started threatening the family and me included as one of the people who was confronting them. So my participation or the exposing or becoming more vulnerable to settler colonial violence has had implications on my positionality. I felt that I'm being pushed to an in-between positionality. And what I mean by that is that the line demarcating my position, my identification as a researcher or as an ethnographer and as an activist has been blurred. Because the more I was involved in activist work, the more I was exposed to violence through my bodily involvement in the resistance, the more commonalities I started to feel that I'm having with women, and the more familiar I became with their strategies of resistance. And in my opinion, that space, that in between positionality, is a site of knowledge that is both insightful and dangerous. And it is insightful in the sense that it is experiential, produced through my corporeal involvement in the space and the social world of the participants. But at the same time, it is dangerous because it grants me an authoritative voice and perspective, or an insider perspective, where my voice or the knowledge and the level of familiarity I have might silence the voices and the experiences of women, which contradicts the goal of embarking on this research, as I mentioned at the beginning.
1 minute to go. 1 minute.
Of course.
1 minute.
So yeah, just to say, I won't be able to go through that. I've been going through a process of self-reflexivity. Through raising different questions about why as researcher we always want to be familiar or look for what we have in common with the participants, and sometimes we forget about the unfamiliar as a site of knowledge production, and how difference could be also another way of producing knowledge. And in raising these questions, I'm not trying to find straightforward answers that absolve me of the ethical implications of my in-between positionality, nor do I seek to remain in a comfort zone of confirming certain procedures of self-reflexivity. It is rather an attempt to unsettle my positionality by stepping outside my comfort zone of commonality and familiarity with the participants. And this includes the constant redrawing of the boundaries between my insider and outsider position in terms of the co-production of knowledge and negotiation of meaning. So in this sense, I don't understand my positionality as a predetermined issue before engaging in ethnographic work with the participants. It is rather performative, reconstructed, and negotiated constantly in relation to each participant and the relational, corporeal, temporal, and spatial circumstances that contributed to the formation of each setting in which ethnographic work was done. I'll stop here. Thanks a lot for listening to me.
Thank you so very much, Manal. Very powerful presentation. And we do agree, well, at least I agree in the opening comments about Israel and Palestine, and we'll talk briefly shortly about that. But I want to thank all four presenters for very interesting papers, because it really showed the different ways of knowing and experiencing truth. And I think that was powerful in all four presentations. Starting first with Nathania, the issue of multiple somatic methodologies, positionality, performativity, reflexivity, ethnography, all that as part of her presentation. Then Makol shows the sensory somatic reflection as part of ways of learning and knowing, especially for young people. Shanwa Lee, the issue of experiencing a liberation through personal reflection in terms of one position and the issue of agency through the body. That was an excellent way of learning, of knowing and learning. For the interesting. And for Shamal, I found interesting with your paper the issue, the experience of both the oppressed and the oppressor. Was the experience. I mean, you learned that. And I guess that issue, a question which can be probably asked, is an issue of a kind of biasness to your work, but I'll hold on to that for a little bit. But let me ask, let me open the floor to questions from the audience. And I saw one question there's a question there from Nicole, and if I can find it, let me just find it very quickly. Right, it says, right, hi Nicole, thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering how you reconcile indigenous and African practices which are inherently somatic with the whiteness of the more, can't get that, the whiteness of the West. So
Yeah.
African
Yeah,
indigenous
it was
versus
me.
West. Right, that hotel. But answer quickly for me, Nicole, and also give us a brief, very brief, of one of your major findings, in your from your research. Very quickly, please.
Yeah, man. So yeah, I mean, Tia, I think you kind of, your answer is in the question, you know, like how the way that, so through my somatic journey from kind of practicing it and learning it, I'm learning just the ways in which, it's just it's just a whitewashing of, as you say, the indigenous and cultural ways that embodiment it's just part of our culture. It's just a part of who we are. It's our foundation. It's what our ancestors practiced. But what we do see is within this kind of Western emergence of somatics is, it's depoliticized and it's despiritualized as well. And it in that sense we see how colonialism just comes through. It takes away the social context of connecting with what's going on in the world, and it takes away the spirit. Yoga is all just about just stretching and looking good and having designer water bottle. It's not about the connecting with ancestors and spirit. And we do see that. So thank you for the comment and question. In reference to one of my major insights, one of the deepest ones that I had was a young girl who was she was arrested at school by police. She was targeted and arrested in the playground. Very traumatic experience. Roughed her up, dashed her on the police van, dashed her in the back of the police van, roughed her up in the police van, to the point where she had cuts all over her wrists and scars. Her wrists were bleeding. Very traumatic experience for her. She says that in her when she goes to school now, she feels kind of sensations and feels, uncomfortableness around her wrist area that has come from that traumatic experience. So this has kind of shown the ways in which, our physical experiences of racism then become stored in the body and manifest at an embodied level, just in the everyday.
Thank you. Profound. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Quick question here for Nathania. Rastafari's method, Nathania, you started with that premise. And would you say that your experience in Rastafari as a method in your early life help you to position you with all the various methodologies that you have later on worked out for yourself? Nathania?
Yeah, absolutely. So for me, with growing up in a Rastafarian family, it was about the principles and values, but also seeing up close the navigation of the system and structure and environment that was, and how my dad plus his siblings broke through that. So I think what happens is the intergenerational entrepreneurship is passed on to me, but the principles and holding on to self and keeping identity as the forefront and not wavering with that has definitely shown up in how I now show up in what I do. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And for Shanwan Lee, could you just say briefly for us where what happens next from that documentary you did? What is next?
Okay, yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, I find because that experience made me thinking about, like, even for ourselves, we didn't think about the possibility of wear different clothes. Like, if we regard ourselves as a male, then we just wear this kind of clothes, and we didn't. In fact, the clothes, they have all a possibility. Like, we can wear whatever clothes we want to wear. So this kind of habit, in fact, they limit our thought to be different or to find different possibility. Yes, so I feel this embodied experience is very important to feel that. Yes. Yeah, so I'm still thinking like how to use this way for myself to understand this topic. Yeah, maybe in the material level.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, Manal, I want to ask a question quickly about biasness in your research. And that's, I use the word biasness because you're a Palestinian. I mean, the issue is very offensive, even for me, who is not from Palestine. We feel it right here in this part of the world, and you are living it. You have the experience of both the oppression and experiencing the resistance of your people. But so you're deep in it to the extent that somehow you actually in the middle of a violent, well, quotation mark response. But if you're accused that your work, in a sense, your positionality, how do you work with the issue of biasness in terms of coming up with, if you want to call it, truth in your work, given your position?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question. Well, there is no such a thing that is called value-free research. Like, we as researchers, we have our own biases that we cannot totally exclude from the research that we do. The things that we need to kind of limit our own, as I keep saying, I need to limit my own subjectivity. I don't need to my voice to be louder than the voice of the participants. And what I've been doing since, like, I've been reflecting on my in-between positionality is, okay, I'm familiar enough with the reality of the participants. Instead of using my own experience of activism to explain, of course, it's gonna affect my analysis and the way I explain the struggle of the women, but the idea is to utilize that familiarity to raise more questions to women so that they are the ones who talk about that reality and are the ones who make meaning about it, instead of me assuming or writing things about them just because I know enough, because each woman has a different perspective. And as I said, it's an ongoing process. It's not something that only happens once while doing the research. It's something that needs to be constantly reflected on. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And I want to thank all four persons and your presentations. I've learned a lot. I see 4 different ways of experiencing knowledge. And I want to thank you so very, very much for your presentation, and keep the conversation going and keep us, let's keep updated with your work. We'll follow your work, where you are and what's happening. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Now over to the next panel.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you. Bye. The next panel is Professor Henriquez.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right. Over to you.
Thank you very much. You take care. Right. Well, this is amazing that we're all on time here. It is exactly 10 past or 8 in the evening where I am in London. And I'd like to welcome our panelists here, and it's all 7 of you, and you're from or related to the University of Namibia. And so what I'm going to do is to read the very brief biog that I have for you, if I can just find that on my computer, so that we can just have some idea of where we're coming from, where you're coming from. But I want to thank you very much for joining us and to share what I think will be a very exciting panel, as many of them have been right this afternoon. So let me just go to thank you. Right. Oh God. So sorry for the slight pause here. This is my fault, but I do want to introduce you as the best as I can. Right, here we go. Very good. And so just one moment more. I think we're gathering the thoughts. And just to say, while that's coming up, that there are quite several of you sort of double papers as it were, but how we're going to have to run it in order to keep to our timetable is that even if there are 2 of you in the presentation, then just to stick to the 15-minute slot, if that's okay, because then that'll give us some time for discussion and give us a little bit of margin. And so that's what we're going to do. Right, wait one second.
Julian, we have it pre-recorded. So I believe Onika is helping us with the video because we're experiencing issues with the connection.
Oh, well, look, that's very helpful. So, well, look, what I'm going to do is to ask each speaker to introduce themselves. That's not the correct way of doing it. Sorry, I'm mismanaging my chair personally. But that's going to be the most efficient way of going forward. So do we have Tessa here and Esther Huzan for brass orality in Windy Hook, embodied exploration of wind? Do we have that presentation pre-recorded?
It's all one recording. We've recorded it together. Like I said, some of us really have no means of getting into the Zoom because the internet keeps crashing. So maybe Antonia, can you take over? I'm not sure if Tessa is in now. And can you maybe introduce the team? That would be great.
That would be absolutely fantastic. I would really appreciate that. And I do also appreciate, Namibia, Global South, internet is not a given. And so I understand that it will not be your doing or your fault that the connection is not up to what's needed for an event like this. But we're still very, very glad that you're able to join us at all. So if you can play the presentations now, that would be fabulous.
Yeah, maybe Antonia, can you say a couple of words, just introduce the team, and then we can play it? Is that fine?
Absolutely fine.
Hi,
Antonia?
can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I can't see you. But
Okay, well, it's a
Antonia,
little late in my country, so I hope you can see me. Just a second.
Oh, yes, I can. That's fantastic.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Antonia. I'm from Namibia, and we're here with my colleagues. A few of them cannot make it due to internet issues. However, I will just do a short introduction of all of them. 3 of them, we call them the Esther Huizen trio because 3 of them have the same surname. We have Tessa, Arusha, and Paul. Yes, those are 3 brass instrument players. 2 of them are trumpet players, and 1 of them is a trombone player. They're all from the University of Namibia. They're all 3rd-year students. And then there's Lekenanda Alekin. She's also not here right now, but then she is a drama and music student at the University of Namibia. We're all doing our honors degrees. And then we have Bjorn Bierkes. He's also not here, but he's also a trumpet player. And we have Dr. Mature, our senior lecturer in music, ethnomusicology mostly. And then we have our postdoctoral fellow, also our colleague, Dr. Caroline Muller, who is here. Yes, I think it's only Dr. Permines Mature who keeps declining, but then I think you guys can still send him again. We'll let him know on the WhatsApp group that he needs to accept instead of decline. Yes.
That's happening, is it?
Yeah, otherwise we can play. Everything is in the video because we anticipated this might be a problem.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so I suggest, thank you, Antonio. Thank you very much for that introduction. That's most helpful. And we, as I say, totally understand the material circumstances. So if you, how long is the video? Do you have an idea?
About 42 minutes, so we have plenty of discussion time.
Perfect, absolutely excellent. And thank you so much for anticipating these issues. It's to the benefit of all of us. So we will sit back and listen to the presentations. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Excited to share our research today here at the Embodied Methodologies workshop. And this is a joint presentation that we have decided for a recorded presentation due to the challenges we've all faced with our internet connections. And we will be available after the presentation for your questions. Dance music culture in Namibia today is a result of the entanglement of traditional wind music culture with the introduction of brass instruments by Christian missions and colonialism. Wind music describes music produced by instruments that create sound by vibrating air. Its history informs our past, but outside the Republic of South Africa, the relation to social change in Black communities has never been fully recognized in the region, even though Namibia's brass culture has developed in vibrant ways under a range of periods of cultural contact. Under apartheid, British South Africa police bands shaped local relations to wind music and racialized access models to wind music education. Interventions by former colonial powers affected how this imported musical style could be seen in relation to local heritage concepts, influencing the cultural, historical, and natural legacy of objects, practices, and sites passed down through generations. Indigenous wind music was classified as the only accepted traditional form, and brass music, the imported European other, was the heritage of white secular communities that could only be understood as an ambiguous cultural hybrid, a term Agawa uses. Heritage studies have contributed to this divide, with musicology and ethnomusicology reproducing othering discourses that primarily associate imported musical traditions with the erasure of knowledge about how Indigenous people engage with their traditional practices and beliefs. Yet, despite limited educational and cultural policy support, Black communities have preserved their Indigenous music by incorporating Indigenous melodies into brass performances, making brass music a vital vehicle for cultural survival, social transformation amidst economic challenges. Such adapted wind music serves as a social connector for dispersed and displaced Black communities across various aspects of social life. In churches, it accompanies liturgy. In schools, wind bands are invited to ceremonies, and where resources permit, schools may even have their own bands. Law enforcement's preference is given to wind musicians and recruitment, serving as liaisons between urban and rural communities. In the military, wind bands play a vital role in nation building and official events. Even guerrilla and protest movements have formed wind bands to amplify their cause. In everyday life, wind bands are integral to ceremonies such as funerals, weddings, and birthdays, and are utilized in community-organized at-risk programs to prevent delinquency. Additionally, white community members organize wind band events to encourage intercultural contact. Thus, it's kind of safe to say that out of all the so-called imported musical traditions and instruments, such as guitars, concertinas, or the piano, it is wind music that has uniquely become a connector of people across the social strata, borders, and various institutions. This project, which started in collaboration with researchers and students from the University of Namibia in Windhoek, took initial steps to explore contemporary urban life in Windhoek as a starting point to look for insights into the figuring of diverse wind musical heritage as we know. In the next hour, this panel presents 4 papers that discuss the embodied methodologies of sound walks, performances, research, workshops, and reorchestration to understand the place of wind music in the acoustic fabric of Windhoek's urban sounds. By adopting various embodied approaches, this panel offers new insights.
Oh, there.
Into sensory and bodily experiences in brass and wind music research and community activation. These findings of this research aim to contribute to the broader discourse on embodied methodologies, offering deeper understandings of how live performances and reorchestrations could be used as a valuable tool for cultural research. So let me start by telling you a little bit of how we work. To understand how the place of diverse wind music was imagined in the city of Windhoek, which is also the capital of Namibia, and its diverse communities, we decided to map the oral imaginary by focusing on what can be detected in terms of markers of wind music in different parts of the city to understand the meaning of wind music that it has for people, what and how they remember it. This approach built on sensory-based musicological studies of sound walking, which sees the city as a soundscape, wherein each sound has a function in the place. To study the soundscape for its wind sounds, we needed to understand what kinds of sounds exist, what they are valuable for our query, where they may be found, and how they work in the environment of Windhoek. For my studies with brass bands, I had previously developed a technique that I call brass sound walking. This technique is built on the principle of sound walking, as developed by Schaeffer, to understand the soundscape of a place and the meaning of certain sounds for the sonic identity of spaces. In our case, it meant listening to the city in the way a marching band would, mimicking this behavior as we listened, read, felt, saw, and sensed the city. Our walks involved multi-authorships for designated timeframes, where different members of the research team would guide a section of the walk to a point of interest, which they suggested to explore. This mode may also be described as snowball. We did not use a pre-planned route, but we're mindful of how the city works for walkers to take in the sensory stimulations on the way. We were open to people to join the research in the process, sometimes via interviews, which continue to stay connected in WhatsApp chats, and then they might have led us to other signs of relevance in the city. On our walks, we recorded the sound that exists in the urban environment and turned the microphone to winds when we heard them, as opposed to avoiding them. We brought wind instruments and produced sounds ourselves to rehearse the receptibility of the environment to these sounds of wind, understand how an audience may be formed, and what kind of memory people had associated with the instruments we were holding, the music we were playing, and the questions we had. How exactly that happened, Paul, Tessa, and Arusha Esterhuizen will now further discuss.
Hello, everyone. I am Arusha Okamaru. Our panel discussion topic is brass orality in Windhoek, embodied exploration of Windhoek, and the topic is brass sound walking, sensory awareness through playing trumpets in the street. The presenters for this presentation is Tessa Esterhuizen, Arusha Okamaru, and Paul Esterhuizen. We all are playing brass instruments. The introduction. What is a brass band? What is brass sound work? Public space in Windhoek, playing trumpets in the street, and conclusion. What is a brass band? Okay, before we move to talk about the brass band, let's first see what is an instrument. A brass instrument is an instrument that produces sound by sympathetic vibration of air in a tubular resonator in sympathy with the vibration of the player's lips. Examples of the brass instruments are trombone, trumpet, cornet, tuba, and euphonium. A brass band is a musical group that is made up of mostly instruments and often includes a percussion section. In Namibia, we are having different types of brass bands. For example, churches brass bands, military bands, and police band. Military brass band mostly cover state events with official parades, street marches, whereas the Namibian police brass band caters for police events and entertaining the public. Now let's have a look at what a brass soundboard is. Soundboard is an important mode of listening to the environment to understand its soundscape in the meaning of certain sounds or the sonic identities of spaces whilst on transit. Sound work is a work with a focus on listening to the sound around the environment. When playing and working, several aspects are involved. Breathing, walking speed, following the beat, racing, interfering with natural surrounding sounds, like people talking, screaming, car sound, wind, and animal sounds. Brass sound work entertains more people as performance is in motion. It also assists to keep the pace of the music. It can also be used as a way of marketing and raising awareness of the importance of the brass instruments. Let's now have a look at the benefits of sound working. We are taking music to the people, making people aware of sound, entertaining, comfort when people are in bereaved, taking care of silences in public spaces, access to different sounds from different spaces, giving the link between public and musicians, and sustaining the performance practices. Now I am handing over to Professor Esterson to take you further with the presentation. Hi everyone, my name is Professor Esterson. I'm taking over from Arusha. Playing trumpets in the street. In order to implement the concept of brass sound work, we worked from place to place. While working, we played the instrument in the spaces to hear how it sounds in different spaces. Experiences of the sound work resulted in a brass band street procession in Padapura. These are some of the observations. Some people were surprised to see a brass band. Some young following the brass group out of excitement. Young boys were imitating the sound of the brass following the band, and some were singing along the songs that they are familiar with. I'm going to play the short video of a street procession. And portability, they do not need electricity. There are many public spaces in any given community. Brass bands can make use of these spaces to share their sonic expertise. Nations are encouraged to promote brass bands in order to make this world a better place to be. I thank you.
Good day, everyone.
My name is Antonia Nangolo, and today I will be discussing on the second paper of the panel, which it is titled Imagining Wind and Brass Community While Walking the Streets, Parading and Concerting as Interventions in Categorisonic Epistemology. So today's presenters were supposed to be Antonia Nangolo and Bjorn Viegas, but because of some unforeseen circumstances, my co-presenter Bjorn Viegas will not be available or will not be joining us today. So I will be taking you through this paper. So this presentation is going to cover the brass music in Katutura. We're going to look at parading and embodied methodology. As embodied methodologies. We're going to look at concepts as embodied research, and then we're going to look at the reflections of the researchers and the audience through these throughout the concepts and the paradings, and then the impacts. Well, Namibia's brass community plays a very important role, as brass music is mostly part of churches, which is a way for Namibians to connect to their God, to their supernatural God, which is, it's a communication between the physical and the supernatural or the spiritual. So it is very important for Namibians that they use this kind of brass music in church. They also use it in military bands and police bands, which mostly only cater for although it's a public come together or celebration, it's mostly because there are people of high profile. For example, the president, the ministers. So it's a way also of it's also a way of explaining or giving honor to this person who is high profile, who is seen to be, a leader of people and stuff. And they also play these instruments when it comes to, let's say, for example, it's Heroes Day. They play these for them to honor the people who led Namibia to independence, and it is also to showcase how important these people are to Namibians, And we've noticed that although brass music in Namibia is actually important, they also face challenges. For example, the economic related challenges that although these bands actually own brass instruments, there are individuals in Katutura who do not now own these instruments, and it's not because they don't want to, but it's because of the pricing of these instruments is quite high, or the pricing of fixing and maintaining these instruments is also quite high, and also there is no platform for these community members to come together and share knowledge and experiences of brass music, or just, the brass culture in general. So we had a small scale festival that we had to put together, or rather to organize, and it included parading or street procession. It had a concert, and then it also had a workshop. So I will be covering the parading and the concert part. So we used parading as a form of performance action research after learning the kind of challenges that Katutura is facing, that also include that instrumentalists, although they mostly only have instruments that are from sort of sponsored by the church or the military or the police. Although they have these instruments, it is now also hard for them to, because there's no platform where they actually come together and share these experiences and share the knowledge of playing techniques and all these kind of things. That's when we decided not to come together and then organize this festival. So parading was a way for these instrumentalists or these musicians to come together and, engage and share their experience of not only, this church band playing alone, but rather all the available bands that are there to come together and play, and not in the context of a church or church service, but rather in a context of where it's actually about them. You know, it's about these instrumentalists, it's about their music, it's about them connecting. So it's a way of creating a platform where they actually come together and share experiences. So we also engaged community members, like I said, the instrumentalists, and also a few of the community members who were part of the workshop, who helped at the workshop. This is a way of sharing musical journey. And also, I remember, you know, there was this boy who was pretending to hit the drum with, he actually made a drum out of a box, and it was a way for him to, you know, connect with the instrumentalists. As we do the procession, these kids are also behind them, and they're pretending to hit, you know, like they are also hitting a drum, although it's made out of boxes. This is, you can see how they are sharing the musical journey, and they could actually get into the rhythm because they understood they had, you know, they had the same musical journey, but then because there's no platform for them to meet, it was hard for them to connect. But now that we sort of brought this platform, it was really a great thing for them. We also created oral imaginations of brass and wind music when, like I said, with the parades, and these kids were busy, you know, creating drums out of boxes and coming along. You see, they are able to imagine the rhythm of this music, of these songs that are being played, and they are able to go along and actually hit in the same direction or the same tempo, and all these beautiful things that they are doing. So then I'm just going to play a short video here. Let's see again. So for the concert, these bands were now having to perform, right? So these bands we had about 5 bands that were performing. So these bands performed one after the other, and then after all the 5 bands had performed, they now had to sort of perform as one big group. And this was really interesting that these bands actually knew or were familiar with songs that other bands were playing, although not all of them. It showed that, you know, the brass musical heritage in Namibia is actually on point, right? Like, because everyone, including the audience, which were mostly Pt2 residents, who were able to sing along to these songs, meaning that these songs are well known in Namibia. Although there was this particular band that now started playing songs, pop songs, R&B songs, and all these kind of songs, and not just these Namibian known songs or the South African known songs. It was a platform for them to connect and share their knowledge. So other bands were now amused that these people could play other kinds of songs apart from just, you know, the ones that are limited to sort of the Namibian context or South African context. So this was now a way for them to share their knowledge and how they started learning these songs and all these kind of things, which now gave other bands a way to sort of look at how they play and what they play. So it also sort of encouraged them to go out and start playing new songs, and also understand that brass music doesn't have to end in church. They can actually play these instruments elsewhere. So we also really tried to promote community engagement and to promote this musical heritage of Namibia by making these bands play together. So, and see how the audiences were singing to these songs and understand that and actually understand that this musical heritage in Namibia is quite on the right track. For the reflections and the impact, the reflections of especially the participants,
they were really excited and they really appreciated what good thought this was, because it gave them a platform for them to come together and share their experiences and share their knowledge and their ways of their playing techniques and all these other sorts of brass-related knowledge and information. And for the researchers, we realized that it was a collaborative understanding of the community needs, not only from us as researchers, but also from interviewees and the participants. They really appreciate it because we understood that one of the community needs is a platform. They need a platform for them to come together, because there's only, I think it's only one jazz festival that happens annually, although it's not only brass instruments that make it to this festival. So this festival being about them, you know, this mini festival that we hosted being about them really brought out a solution for these kind of community needs or these kind of community problems. So it was important because we understood the importance of the performative cultural expressions in community engagement. We understood how important it is for communities to come together and engage and share what they have to share. So I think that is all from me. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, or any additions. I would really love to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Lekenanda Pingana Eliakim. I will be discussing about the Community Music Archive at the Parade workshops as co-relational space from knowledge production. I will discuss about the setup of the workshop, the knowledge on the history, the challenges faced by the brass community of Windhoek, workshop as an archive. The setup of the workshop. The workshop offered performers and the audience alike an interactive platform of knowledge exchange, skills development, and also the discussions of challenges we got from the participants, such as the elders, brass performers from the church and from the funeral bands, as well as with the choirs and the educators. The workshop also showcased the photo album with old brass instruments and also with instrument players. In the photo album, we got it from one of the participants. One of my colleagues showed the audience how to handle the instruments in a proper way, and also to show them which part mostly damaged when the instrument fall down or when it get dusty. The knowledge on the history. There is connection, which is spiritual connection. The connection between the brass instrument performers to the community, the connection between the brass instrument players to the deceased or with the deceased family. There's also communication. The communication between the pastor and the brass players when they are performing, either in church or at the funeral. The pastor communicates with them, either to tell them to lower their sounds, to keep playing, or either to stop playing. And there is also a communication between the brass instruments player with the community, either when they are discussing about an upcoming event or whether they are communicating on how they can uplift their brass instrument band. There's also a communication between the organizer and the planner. Another one is community offering. So the community offer to the brass instrument player or performers when they are performing during church services, or maybe at community functions, or maybe at the funeral. So the community offer them food, and they also offer them transport money, or they offer them shelters. The last one is grieving people. So when the brass band is performing at the funeral, they play songs that are connected and closer to the disease or to the disease family or to the community. And also songs that are connected to them can make them be connected to everyone who is around. Challenges faced by the brass community in the part of instruments affected. One of the interviews indicated that the part that is mostly affected is the valve. But mostly when the brass band is performing at the funeral's location, where it's more dusty, windy, the instruments get dust, which lead to instruments breakage. The broken instruments. When the instruments get broken, they sometimes get fixed, sometimes not fixed, and sometimes no proper equipment to fix them. When they are fixing them, they use either wires, tape, rope, oil, or weld them. And those tools are not specific for brass instruments. There is no proper repair in window. So only elders in the community that can fix the instrument. You either used to play brass instrument before, or having knowledge on brass instruments, or elders capable of repairing them. One of the interviews stated that it is the elder's job in the community to fix the instrument. Workshop is an archive. Here are some of the pictures that I took from the photo album that we got from the participant. It shows the type of brass instruments they used those years, and also the youngest taking part in the brass instrument, in the brass band. So as the participant explained, he said that these instruments, they don't buy. They ship from Germany. So they got the instrument from Germany. Because here in Namibia, we didn't have them. And also, he also explained why he has a lot of youngest ones. He said they didn't like the way youngest one were in the street. So they did not recruit them. they call them to come join, and they teach them how to play the instrument and also how to read the note. Because they didn't want, or they didn't like the way the youngest one are in the stage doing nothing. And he also conducted them because he is the conductor. He trained them, conduct them, sharpen their eyes to read the notes, and also work on their breath so they can play the instrument nicely. I thank you.
We asked ourselves how we might understand the position that wind has in the city. What is its relation to the acoustical fabric of the city, especially in the public space? What knowledge and memory of wind exists in different spaces in the city that has the name wind? To understand it, we mapped points of interest on our brass sound walks and later listened back to the material. On the maps visible on this slide, you can see our movements through the city in the upper one. The lower map illustrates our movement in the city's urban center around Windhoek's downtown. Here we notice the variety of wind sounds on our route, illustrated in a gradient color orange and pink. Our mapping mirrored a number of ephemeral sounds. We began to wonder how the presence of so many wind sounds may be a certain vantage point from which we could understand why there was certain sounds such as taxi horns, wind, and air gushing vents that attracted our ears. We chose to listen back to the recordings and mimic familiar sounds that reminded of the instruments with which we have been exploring the streets. 3 of our players chose their brass instruments and played in response to the sounds we had collected. We recorded this response and reassembled this engagement into a short video that we will show you in a second. Now, you will see the players listening to the same audio recording. We can see them thinking in the process as they listen, identifying what sounds they can make with their own instruments to respond to the ones they were hearing. The video combines 3 audio lines, which have been recorded initially for this experiment. The result is a cacophony of natural and human-made sounds that presents new sonorous relationships between instrumental, mechanical, and natural sounds. Without further ado, let's give it a listen.
Hello, coming from Reparation. We're having trouble getting the audio from this video. I'm going to ask that the team share this video so we can send it at a later time. And again, apologies for this issue.
I could try sharing the audio or the video on my end. Maybe it works. Justice, if you
Yep.
like.
That would be good. Yeah, let's try that first. But thank you, Reparations, for making that offer. Sure, people will want to see this video. It'd be great to share the link if we don't succeed just right now.
Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
And then I have to click something at the sound. Okay. And I'm unable to select the sound to share.
Oh, okay.
But I will try. Let's see if it works nonetheless.
Yeah, sure. Right.
Okay, you can continue the presentation after the video.
Yes, let's do that.
Sorry, 1 second.
That's fine. No.
Three of our players finding ways for his trombone to enter in between Upon reflection of the reorchestrated composition, we noticed a few things. The first and second trumpet identified a lot with the honking of the taxis, to which they had responded in short blows. The trombonist Paul ended up focusing more on responses to wind and finding ways for his trombone to enter in between mechanical and natural sounds. Lisa and Arusha, independently of each other, breathed through their horns without making sound, thereby imitating the airflow and length. When we discussed it together, we realized that the responses that the players developed were a way of instrumentally listening into the environment. We identified similarities, especially between the trumpet and the sound of taxi horns. It helped us understand the prevalence of such horn sounds in Windhoek. As you can see in the short clip from our walk, cars with numbers on the
We seem to have lost the video sound now as well.
side doors or taxis and their density in the urban center gave us an idea of the meaning of Windhoek's downtown as a space of transition, one with heightened mobility and one in which many different people shared the same time space. It is also here where we had identified the largest number of people holding knowledge about past and present music culture. The College of Arts is located in the urban centers, and so are a number of secondhand shops, the primary suppliers of instruments and music culture surrounding wind music in Namibia. The central point was organized and imbued with different wind forms. It could be heard from any place on the streets, even in some parts of shopping malls or other closed spaces. The prevalence of familiar sonorous sounds in the space gave insight into the meaning of that downtown Windhoek has for the local wind music culture. It not only holds various knowledge about it, but it also connected people and presents a network between different actors, connecting them to different peripheries of the city and beyond.
Not hearing anything at the moment.
Sorry, we're having some internet connectivity issues. Doing my best to get it up and running again.
Taxis themselves proved to be emblematic of how music knowledge and culture travels through the city. As the primary means of public transportation, it is the taxis that enable performers to travel across town, but also the researchers in reaching important nodes of knowledge to re-establish the separated connections between music knowledge holders in town. Upon realizing the role of transport items, we understood that the wind sounds and the knowledge about wind music forms is deeply connected to how mobility is organized in the city of Windhoek. The reorchestration therefore presents a local musical poetic portrait that enables us as researchers to imagine these connections and understand how we may uncover further hidden connections in wind music culture and learn how it keeps itself alive and thriving in the city and
Thank you, everyone, for being part of our panel discussion. Thank you for listening, and we'll be available for any questions that you have. We are available to answer them, and if you have any suggestions or additions, we are also open to that. So thank you very much, everyone.
And thank you on behalf of the whole symposium, the whole conference, for getting this absolutely amazing presentation together and taking the trouble to record it. Okay, technical difficulties aside, I think everybody who's been able to join us will have got a huge amount out of this. I'd like to I'd like to respond first, if I may, as chair's privilege, but then I would invite anybody else who wants to ask questions to put them in the chat, which I think is open to everybody, which will be very good. Now, Carolyn,
I do.
Yeah, you're live here. Are you with us?
I am here. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Excellent. Okay. So it might be a question. I know the whole session's being recorded because clearly the recorded participants are not going to be able to respond in real time. But I'd still like to invite questions for them to go in the chat, which they can see. And yeah, okay. Well, first of all, it was absolutely fascinating. I knew absolutely nothing about what was happening in Namibia, let alone the brass bands. But immediately I made a connection with the brass bands that I do know something about. Well, the famous ones are, of course, in New Orleans, the marching bands in New Orleans, but also interesting where in my heritage in Jamaica, we also have a brass band and brass instrument playing tradition, which is particularly there's a very interesting college school called Alpha. You've probably come across that, run by initiated by nuns, and it's a religious establishment. But as you know, but perhaps other people won't know that's the brass instrument playing that was learnt there had a huge influence on Jamaican jazz and Jamaican music. And the famous musicians Don Drummond, for example, was a pupil there, and so were many others. And so I made some kind of connection with an unfamiliar world. And so So my first question, not for you necessarily to answer now, but to take back, because I do want to compliment, well, your work and the work of the whole group to bring this together and really admire, right, what you're doing, the questions you're asking, the methodologies, the impact that you're having is really powerful. And so I just appreciate the work that you've been doing and what you've put into it to get to this stage and to be able to present it in the very effective and in such an effective way. So, you know, big thanks for sharing it with us. But one question is, how much connections have you made as a research group with other brass band communities? So that was one question. The other thing that I really like, the idea of parading and marching in the streets, that connects for me the ideas of carnival, right? Of taking ownership of the streets through sound, so sonic power. And that is beautiful, but not as anything oppressive, but as something that is encouraging community. And I was very struck by the younger children without instruments just making an instrument so they could join in. I mean, gosh, that is very moving. So clearly you're, and organizing the events to compensate for the lack of events and the lack of brass playing community, I think is really how you're building capacities and contributing to the society which you're researching. One question, in terms of, so I can see a huge impact and a huge value, but actually what your research outputs are going to be, or what they are in terms of more formally, in terms of academic research, how you're planning to write this up. You're creating your archive as you go on. But then there's so many excellent things, the oral imagination that you're talking about. And then as a finale basically to not only integrate the brass playing and how it sort of expresses itself in the society, but in the natural world as well, with the last presentation. And again, that was, well, I mean, just really, really marvelous to hear about. And so anyway, I'm totally enthused by your project. I'd like to keep in touch with you. I'd like to find out more. And a big thanks for your work and how you've shared it with us. So that's my little piece there. I don't know. We haven't got questions in the chat. So Carolyn, would you like to pick one of those things, or one or two, because we have to finish, in fact, in a few minutes. The session is somehow shorter because it has to be, I think, for my time, so we got 12 minutes.
Yeah, we really don't have any time, but we can take a few comments.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Sonia. It's what amazing, Sonia, what an amazing panel this is. It's quite
absolutely.
Thank you so much, Julian, and we would very much love to be in touch. I don't want to speak too much of the few minutes we have left, because I would like my colleague Perminas Machiora to say something. All I want to do is two things. First of all, I want to highlight that this project, the majority of the presentations you have heard are from students who have started their bachelor's degree. And so
yes, exactly.
So I want to really highlight that this is an extraordinary accomplishment of theirs that they have done. And not only that, but it's their heritage. They are playing, it's their community that they are researching. And my impetus for starting this, or encouraging it, to work with Perminas on it, was to do that way, because I feel like that seems reasonable. And the other thing I want to do is I just want to share you the 13 seconds video of the kiddo with the box.
Okay, that's fine. And then
that's all. It doesn't have to have a sound, and then I will hand it over to Perminas to answer the questions, maybe. That's
beautiful. Thank you so much.
There's your boy.
Oh.
That's that. Okay, Perminus, you can go ahead.
That's beautiful, but the little boy is dancing. He's not just playing, he's dancing. He's really inhabiting, embodying the music. That's so beautiful.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start by greeting you and also congratulating the panel, the students. It has been their first time, and it was almost a test for them, and they've all passed. However, I just want to add to the whole comments that have been given, or the whole presentation, to say there is so much talent and so much music in the community, but there is a lack of recognition and a lack of congregating the various aspects of music, putting them together. You can see how brass bands have actually benefited from this project because they were operating in isolation. They were not sharing. There was no pollination between them. There was also a sort of a bridge between the brass bands and the community. So this project in its entirety was trying to be very holistic, to develop talent, to showcase talent, to expose sound, to also make use of, can I call them ecotones from the environment, how we can actually adopt them and make them music, of which we see that whatever music we try to produce, we are imitating what we hear from the environment. And that synergy, that connection is very fundamental. And this particular project is tried by all means to experiment and see how brass performance can be sort of improved and how performers can be creative in their performance. So those are the comments that I can give. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to present from Africa. Okay. I thank you.
No, we thank you, and that's the whole conference is thanking you. And I mean, and really the standard of presentation, not just the work, but what your students have done, you should be so proud of, and they should be so proud. So I hope they hear the recording or whatever, but that is from, if you like, an international perspective. And I'm very serious. Please, Carolyn or yourself, do find me at Goldsmiths, Julian Henriquez, and I've got, you know, because you obviously more funding would be a good idea, and so we can start a conversation. And
that would be amazing. That would be really amazing. And also, especially Antonia, it needs to be given significant credit for cutting the video and putting everything together. And maybe we can find a way to share it with you in a less interrupted way. But
that would be no, you
we
can just send it on.
Yeah, we will be able to. We sent it already, so maybe there's a way to do it. And in terms of research outputs, you asked. I approached this project from that's my personal standpoint. If I do research, it needs to matter. Otherwise, why bother? So yes, academically for my career, it would be great to do something publishing wise, but we focus on the bands right now, and Perminus is in touch with them to repeat this celebration, which we called it actually on Sun. So the purpose, like the idea, is to do the celebration, gather more information from them, understand what is needed, and then if scholarship or article publication are what is needed to raise the awareness and get that done, then that's what we'll do. But for now, we want to like build an international community and make people aware of it and see where we go from there.
Yeah,
but also publications, obviously.
But clearly, you're documenting as you go along, as you shared with us, and that documentation is the material you can at some point, when it's appropriate, form, because it will help with your profile and with getting research funding.
For sure. We're trying as we go, but keeping in mind also the environmental or working conditions under which we all are, and we want to take the students along as best as we can. So it needs to match.
Fantastic.
But thank you all again for having us.
No, we feel very blessed for your sharing. But I think we're going to have to stop now. Is that right, Sonia?
Yes.
Can
you all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes. We do have to get back on track. So we will hold the comments and questions now and switch over to the next chair, Dr. Camille Nakid, who is all the way in Auckland, New Zealand. Auckland University of Technology in New Zealand. And our panelists are, in fact, there you are. We're not hearing you, Camille. Please unmute.
Yes, no. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Awesome.
Okay, wonderful.
So I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, everyone. Thank you very much for staying up this time to hear warm greetings from Oceania, the Pacific. It is my honor to chair this session on theorizing embodiment and spirituality in knowledge production. I will introduce each of the speakers, and at the end of the session, then we will take questions. Just remind you, you have 15 minutes, and I will let you know when you have 1 minute to go. So we shall begin. Stephanie Bent, University of Maryland, College Park.
Okay, thank you. Let me get my screen shared. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Stephanie Bent, and I'll be presenting Spirit Notectum, using the spirit to guide data analysis in social science research. So I'll just start with a brief land acknowledgement. I am joining you from Central Florida, where I sit on the lands of the Timucua people, and I acknowledge the harm that European settler colonialism has done to their lands, and ways of existing. I share that acknowledgement because of how the philosophies of many Indigenous peoples in the Americas have taught me to honor the fact that the land feeds and nurtures me. I also use a Black feminist citation practice where each time I present, I honor the voices of Black women who influence my academic work, particularly trying to draw attention to how the everyday knowledge of Black women speaks through me. So today, as I start my presentation, I acknowledge my mother, a Jamaican woman who taught me the value of spiritual ways of knowing. As an embodied methodologist, I also discuss who I am to frame the presentation. So I'm in education, which is a more data-centric field within the social sciences. So I developed this method as a social science method. I was born and raised in Jamaica, but I also identify as Caribbean American. This method emerged from challenges I had in my master's research. While doing fieldwork for my master's degree, I felt like during coding, I was often just recording things that happened during spiritual moments. So as I went into my dissertation research, I looked for ways to honor my ways of being instead of feeling like I had to whitewash what was happening by saying that I did this through coding. I wanted to honor the ways the knowledge actually came to me. So I discussed the framework that helped me to develop this method. In preparing to develop my method for my dissertation research, there were two bodies of literature that I engaged with to understand how to find a qualitative method that affirmed my ways of existence. So I looked at many of the spiritual methods that Black feminist researchers used in education research. Then I also looked at post-qualitative inquiry, which critiques coding as an activity that does not produce any analytical insights. However, post-qualitative inquiry offers that research findings come from human thinking, which wasn't able to honor how I made knowledge and how I felt like knowledge came to me. But when I looked at many of the spiritual methods in education, the stories honored that knowledge came through spirituality, but as culturally specific methods, the ways they were made did not fully resonate with me. So from these two perspectives, I started to think of analysis more as using rituals where you engage with the data and rituals that bring an understanding of the data. So here are some examples of rituals already found in the literature and education research. However, I will note, while not named in education, or I haven't found them yet, named in education or social science methods literature, I think considering the extensive research on how drumming and dancing functions in the Caribbean, arguments could be made for those activities also as spiritual analytical practices. So as I approached the development of this method, I considered how Caribbean policymaking at this moment in history, has taken up the language of database decision-making, and with that has shown an investment in how Western methods continue to affirm positivism. My method seeks to show how to use data in ways that can also affirm Caribbean ways of existing. So post-qualitative inquiry critiques, their critiques offer that coding, whether inductive or deductive, is a process of classification. I add to their language, coding is a ritual to sit with the data that comes from the foundation of natural sciences like biology. It starts with knowledge that comes from classifying things. Is it this or is it that? So my argument is that you can use spiritual practices and still be data-centric if you think about it as your spiritual practice is a way to identify meaning of the data. So starting with one Jamaican epistemology, Spirit no Technam, that particular perspective describes when you interact with someone and you have a bad feeling about them. And so you may just feel that something's off, and immediately you might not have a rational explanation. But then that feeling at times can be validated by something the person did later. And so it's a feeling that comes to us without prompting. Epistemologically, we're saying that the truth is in the feeling, and that feeling was given to us by a spiritual being, whether that spiritual being is within us or outside of us. So I took that epistemological stance into my field work. Does this situation feel good or bad? And to retain the data centrism of social science research, I then use spiritual methods that allow me to understand why I felt what I did. And so many of the existing methods that exist in social science research really take me away from my body. And so I was looking for methods that allowed me to really focus on what I was feeling and what I thought that feeling meant. So I used embodied participant observation, being attentive to my feelings. I had gone into my field work with a plan to write field notes while being attentive to my feelings. But what I found is when I wrote field notes, I was focused on writing a description of the events, which took me out of the event as an observer who was making micro judgments of the event. And I couldn't actually experience the event. So I couldn't feel what was happening spiritually at that moment. And so I switched my method, saying that I wasn't going to take field notes. When available, I would rely on any public recordings of the events that I attended to allow me to focus on experiencing the event. And so as an example of kind of how this showed up in embodied participant observation, I was attending an event where there was a younger MC and an older MC who were co-MCing this cultural activity. And they had this banter going back and forth. Oftentimes the older man was mentioning to the younger man that he didn't know Bayesian culture. And the older man frequently defined Bayesian culture using the activities he did as a child and also making reference to significant figures from his young adulthood. And so many times this was accompanied by audience laughter and cheering. I think if I had taken notes, I likely would have interpreted this moment as one of the many activities happening in Barbados right now to teach youth about their cultural identity and to kind of embrace their new embrace a Barbadian identity after the move to being republic. However, when I explored why I was feeling so uncomfortable at this particular event, I understood that these types of practices functions as exclusion and could be fostering youth disengagement because they're not spaces where youth knowledge is honored. And so coming back to this concern of how to be data-centric when you say your spirit na tekdem, you typically don't immediately have a rational reason for it. So you just have a feeling that something's not okay. And so what I suggest is using spiritual rituals to understand what about the experience or the data was off, or maybe what made you excited about it. So part of that is engaging in a practice of asking for the meaning or of the feeling and listening for that particular meaning. So in addition, when I listen to recordings and read transcripts, I may also consider what sections and what moments I feel drawn to with excitement or in an upsetting way. I also listen and read while engaging in spiritual rituals. So for me, there have been parts of my data that I have listened to while I'm outside rather than sitting behind a desk, because being in nature is a key part of my spiritual practice. But other scholars have noted other spiritual practices that feel authentic to them. So I want to make sure that I honor the fact that there's nothing that my spiritual practice isn't sacred for everyone. So it might start with, I don't know how I feel about that. And then I might recite the phrase or statement multiple times as a ritual for engaging with it. Then I may ask the question, what does that mean? Then to honor how the spiritual plays a role, I'll pause to listen. So intentionally kind of silence in my thinking. However, there are times where I also experience a quick series of runaway thoughts in my mind or through a journaling process. And to me, those experiences kind of function in some ways as a form of spiritual possession. So I write or audio record every idea that's in my spirit. And then it being a spiritual practice, I'm decentering my thinking in those particular moments when the ideas are coming out. So recording my thoughts without thinking about them. I have named some of my rituals. However, it's really about asking which rituals bring you clarity, purpose, and peace, or what allows you to engage with the spiritual world. And you can still be data-centric in that you acknowledge the way how the spirit guides you to particular parts of the data, and using spiritual practices to draw out why you had that particular emotion about that part of the data. In social science research, often there's a concern of whether or not these forms of analyses are trustworthy. So I come from a place where believing that no matter the method, it's impossible to eliminate bias across different methods. And so in using spiritual analytical methods, what I will note is it doesn't preclude other analytical methods, which often increase the trustworthiness of the analysis. So I still employ many of the other techniques, such as discussing insights I gained during an observation with participants. I may check that insight that I gained through spiritual analysis, through seeing if it contradicts with other moments in the data, as well as looking at how it relates to different paradigms, theories, other research conducted. I still return to those moments which I was drawn to by reading theory and transcripts together in one sitting, engaging in similar spiritual practices to see how they explain or do not explain one another. If there are contradictions, I use the same form of spiritual analytical techniques to identify what might be happening in that contradiction and use that spiritual analytical technique to identify some explanation. This method is really about being attentive and engaging with things you feel drawn to in the data and engaging with the spirit to understand why you're drawn to that moment. So to conclude, coding is a ritual to engage with data based on a particular epistemology that elevates human thinking. So the argument then is that we use rituals based on our particular epistemology. So you can use a ritual which says that spiritual beings give us knowledge through feelings and transmit that knowledge to us spiritually. So spiritual practices can be used for engagement with the data. Its difference is whether you draw on tools that privilege the senses, so what you see or hear, versus whether you draw on tools that privilege the emotions that you feel in observations. And then whether you privilege thinking over listening to find meaning, so listening in a spiritual sense. And when you use this method, moments that are upsetting or moments that you feel drawn to are points that are then analyzed by
Just
asking.
1 minute to wrap up, Stephanie, please. Thank you.
Thanks. Moments that are upsetting or you feel drawn to are points that are then analyzed by asking the spirit why they gave you a feeling about that moment. You engage with the spirit using your spiritual practices to identify what that moment meant. And we affirm and honor epistemologies in this data-centric era by writing our spiritual methods into our research method. Thank you, and I look forward to talking more in our discussion.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. And I didn't really need to actually interject in that 1 minute, so my apologies for that. I must say, before going to the next speaker, that was just such a very brave and very necessary step into research. The way you honored epistemologies to the ritual of data analysis, just feeling your way through your research, through emotions and spirits. But in regard to your mention about contradictions, our whole lives are contradictory, so why wouldn't our research be? But that was just an amazing presentation, and we hope to hear more from you in session time. I will go on to our second speaker, Sharid Mohammed from the University of the West Indies, Trinidad and Tobago. Sharid?
Hi. Hello, good afternoon. Are you all hearing me? Hello?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks very much. Right, so I'm going to share my presentation. Okay, so my presentation is entitled Lavomot, the Sended, the Shamanic Call and Wilson Harris's The Far Journey of Uden. So I'm a PhD candidate in Literatures in English at the UE St. Augustine campus in Trinidad and Tobago. And this year I have submitted my PhD thesis in Literatures in English, so I'm awaiting my results. So I'm just going to read the objectives quickly. So this research will highlight that Wilson Harris's deliberate use of Lavomot, a Caribbean shamanistic vestige that focuses on the bodily experience in his fictional works, to fisher the strict binding formulaic code of a progressive realism that dominated the Anglophone literary canon. This research argues that Harris appropriates from Haitian voodoo the practice known as Lavomot, or the Sended is also called Expedition, to portray in his novel The Far Journey of Uden the way Uden, the neophyte shaman, is called to the shamanic quest. And the research will also disclose that the Haitian voodoo practice of Lavomot and other shamanistic vestiges from the Caribbean region, as opposed to the colonizing European epistemes, became a source of artistic power for Harris to construct an original form of psychical, physical narrative and bodily experience. So in Harris's foundational text, History, Fable, and Myth in the Caribbean and Guyanas, Harris asserts that various shamanistic vestiges can be found in certain cultural forms and practices existing in the Caribbean. So we all know that Harris, for those of us who are very familiar with Wilson Harris's theory and writing and fictional works, Harris tends to draw from various cultural practices in the Caribbean. So he may draw from African cultural practices, pre-Columbian Amerindian cultural practices, and so forth. So his use of these shamanistic vestiges in his fiction resides in his firm belief that Caribbean artists should be involved in an original reconstitution or recreation of myth and legend. He further claims that these shamanistic vestiges possess archetypal resonances and therefore can be viewed as epic stratagems by the Caribbean writer. He contends that these significant vestiges of the subconscious imagination can be utilized by the writer to portray figurative meaning beyond the real or apparently real world. And this is where his disruption of that dominant conventional realist mode of writing comes in, because he's actually using the Haitian voodoo practice of Lavomot in one particular fictional novel. That's The Far Journey of Uden. That's one of his early novels. I think it was published in 1961 after his first novel, Palace of the Peacock. And it's part of his quartet of novels called the Guyana Quartet, where he actually uses the whole notion of spiritual possession, that bodily experience of spiritual possession, to create meaning beyond our conventional reality, to create meaning beyond our three-dimensional reality. So in his essay, Reflections on Intruder in a Dust and a Cross-Cultural Complex, which was published in 1983, Harris argued that the Haitian voodoo belief and practice of Lavomot is intuitively alive in William Faulkner's novel Intruder in the Dust. In this essay, Harris interrogates this concept by illustrating from Alfred Metro's anthropological and psychological explanation of Expedition or Lavomot in the seminal text Voodoo in Haiti, which was first published in 1959. So Metro in Voodoo in Haiti states that the most fearful practice in the Black arts is the sending of the dead, Lavomot or Expedition. And I'm just using that picture, that painting that was done by the famous Haitian painter Hector Hippolyte, entitled Vol des Zombies, which was done in 1946, and it actually depicts the voodoo shaman, who was called the Hungan in Haitian culture, and part of his practice involved capturing of the souls of the dead. So Metro continues by saying that the laying on of the spell is always attended by fatal results unless it is diagnosed in time and a capable Hungan or shaman succeeds in making the dead let go. He also further states that illnesses resulting from expedition de mort are not easily cured since the dead embed themselves in the organism into which they are inserted, and it's very difficult to make them let go. So that is a clip from the 1954 ethno-documentary entitled Le Maître Fou, The Mad Masters, depicting this whole notion of the dead possessing the living. Metro further states that the relationship between the spirit, which is called lower, and the man seized is compared to that which joins a rider to his horse. This is why the lower, or the spirit, is spoken of as mounting or saddling his horse. This invasion of the body by a supernatural spirit is echoed in the often used expression, the lower is seizing his horse. The lower, according to Metro, moves into the head of an individual, and after it is the god's or spirit's personality, and not his own, which is expressed in his bearing and words. The play of his features, his gestures, and even the tone of his voice all reflect the temperament and character of the god or spirit who has descended upon him. Most of all, Metro states that spirits in the flesh and blood, spirits in the flesh and blood form of the persons in whom they become incarnate, mixed with the common crowd and the public who can see and hear them. Moreover, the possessed body assumes the qualities of the lower spirit and begins imitating their general appearance, their walk, and their voice. So what Harris does is actually takes this whole notion of Lavomont and infuses it into the story of Uden, who's a protagonist who's actually in the novel The Far Journey of Uden, who is possessed by the spirit of the dead Uden. So, and who is actually on a shamanic quest or a psychological quest. And this novel actually begins with the first stage of the shamanic journey or the psychological journey, which is really involves a spontaneous call from the spiritual or the unconscious realm. So, and Harris illustrates from Lavomont to portray this stage of the shamanic quest. So in the Far Journey of Uden, as I said before, Harris portrays the protagonist Uden who's possessed by the dead Uden. So Harris draws from Lavomont to portray Uden's uncanny resemblance to the murdered Uden. That's the spirit of the dead. The mystical reason for Uden's similar mental and physical, the mystical reason for the living Uden's similar mental and physical features to the dead Uden is obviously explicable by reference to Metro, who stated earlier that, as I stated earlier, that spirits actually resemble, living persons actually resemble the spirits that possess their bodies. So we see in Harris uses this through, he brings about this bodily experience or this embedded methodology through characterization and what is said about Uden from the perception of other characters in the text. So we see the other characters, Muhammad and his wife Mura, immediately recognize Uden as a double or the incarnated spirit of Uden, who was the imbecile half-brother that they murdered. And this is what they state. The murdered one was walking again on living smoke and feet and behind a living face that trailed and resembled his. So during the first stage of the shamanic journey, which is the call to the journey, we see that the living Uden actually succumbs to an unnatural mystical illness as his consciousness gradually disintegrates. The intense psychological pain that the spiritual force inflicts on Uden, that's the living Uden, is evident in a slow ritual movement. His conscious will is gradually destabilized as he lifted each foot, and I'm quoting from the novel The Far Journey of Uden, as he lifted each foot with painful deliberation, like another man's foot, and he carried himself as if he were a stranger. This is an indication that his ego consciousness is experiencing severe fragmentation, and his state of possession has intensified. So Uden's conscious resistance and his inability to cope with the damage from these psychic realities cause him to feel further acute mental anguish and estrangement. This intense pain is visible in the encroachment of alarm when the air darkened around him, since it was death he dreamt everywhere as he looked wildly and foolishly all around. So what Harris does with Lavomont is that he creates a breach in the logic of our conditioned cause and effect realism. And Harris, and this is what Harris says about these sort of shamanistic practices that exist in the Caribbean. He calls them ancient vestiges of synchronicity or linkages that are e-causal. And synchronicity is really the connection between the physical and the psychical or the spiritual. So you have all the visible and invisible, being and non-being, human and non-human. So Harris says in his essay Merlin and Parsifal that these ancient vestiges of synchronicity, such as Lavomont, breach the logic of a cause and effect realism, since it comprises a fusion of disparate realities or the overlapping spheres of the physical and the psychical. So we're dealing with this whole experience of the psychophysical space and time, which, of course, as we have seen, is brought about by the bodily experience of spiritual possession. So Harris creates a discontinuity in the conventional linearity and breaching conscious discourse. And this is achievement. And he says that the interweaving of non-being and being implicitly raises a reality that can't be glossed by appeals to poetic ornament or picturesque metaphor. So you have to get away from the traditional form of realist mode of writing and speaking in order to give expression to this sort of embodied methodology. So he says that this sort of causality, that linkage between the physical and the psychical, elicits a quality of voice and expression, unlike conventional one-track progressive realism. So basically, Harris's challenge to the realist mode is accomplished because we see that the resurrected body of Expedition or Lavomont creates a breach in the tautology of the conventional and linear storyline. As the resurrected body crosses from one dimension to another, it acquires or absorbs unsuspected particularities and elements in the fabric of the risen body. And he or she is not immediately recognizable, and therefore it takes a new concentration, a new way of reading reality to recognize him or her. So this notion of the resurrection body obviously rejects the uniform narrative, since it does not conform to a storyline upon which everything is immediately clear and conformable to a ruling pattern. So in conclusion, what I would like to say is that by Harris's exploration of this shamanistic vestige—
1 minute left, Sharid, if you can wrap up, please.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up. Yeah. So his exploration, by exploring these shamanistic vestiges that exist within the Caribbean, one recognizes that they are equally nuanced and substantial, just as other theories of experimental writing that exist in our contemporary era. And therefore Harris's fusion of these shamanistic vestiges into his writing, his use of this embodied methodology in his fiction, requires one to reinterpret his work and also recognize his ability to include embodied methodologies that exist in the Caribbean region. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Sharid. I must say you did not make my childhood stories of Sukiya and Duya and Larger Bless any less scary, but the way you use Harris's work to explore embodied shamanic practices that show our synchronicity of the physical and the psychical and the duality of being and non-being. It was just a really interesting way of looking at that and how we disrupt those things. So thank you very much, Sharid, and we will have questions at the end of the session. I know I certainly have a few questions for you.
All right, thanks. You're welcome. Thanks very much.
And thank you, Sharid. And we'll move on to our third speaker, Claudette Anderson, who's from Unuchi Foundation in Florida.
Hi, everyone. I am unable to show my video. It says the host unable to start video.
Claudette, so you do have the privileges.
I'm not, it's not allowing me to. Yeah. At any rate, a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. It seems that I will be speaking from behind the respelling Obia banner because I'm not being allowed. It just keeps saying unable to start video because the host has stopped it. Just FYI.
Yeah,
So
well,
it was,
I'm the host and I have not done anything that is, I haven't changed any of the settings Sharid was able to present before. It's the same privileges that he has there as a panelist.
yeah.
Mercury is in retrograde. I'm not too sure if that has anything to do with
Okay.
anything.
All right, no problema. Let us move on. So, about 2 decades ago, I was foolish enough to decide that I wanted to do a PhD with the seminal question being, what is Obia? And to those who are listening and those who are in the Caribbean, you know that this word is a contentious word, generally rendered in negative terms because of our history. And so I wanted, something in me wanted to figure out what this thing was. And so I thought that PhD would be the best way to do it. I'm going to read just the abstract so you know where I ended up, and then give you some insight as to how I got here. So what is Obia? For centuries, Obia has been demonized as the foolish superstition of deluded diasporic Africans. Prevailing attitudes in Jamaica and the West have been shaped by ethnocentric British discourse framed in the 1760 Obia Act, which called it the wicked art of the Negroes. Notwithstanding all of this, Obia remains the enduring signifier for African culture and religion in Jamaica. So I used an Igbo mysticism as a theological framework, and I reconceptualized Obia not as demonic worship and a wicked art, but rather as a form of Gnosticism or revealed knowledge. I differed from previous studies by using an interdisciplinary approach grounded in esotericism, spiritual anthropology, cognitive science of religion, cognitive linguistics. Spiritual anthropology is very important, and the cognitive science of religion was particularly important because it seems that the West had discovered what the Africans knew long ago, that God was defined primarily as wisdom and knowledge. So this was an emerging field at the time that I was doing this research. Spiritual anthropology, Edith Turner, who is the wife of Victor Turner, who had done so much anthropological work in Africa, was saying, this chi, this side, this spiritual thing, there's something to it. I've been in Africa, I've seen things. What is it? Can we get to it? So she was kind of asking the same question that I was asking. What is this thing that Africans have that we talk about and that we call spiritual power? So in the end, I got 8 emanations of Obia. I got an Obia wheel, and I defined my definition was that working Obia referred to the techniques and the rituals attendant to the acquisition and use of knowledge, and that Obia was itself a body of knowledge, and the Obia practitioner was someone who revealed knowledge. Obia, within the Iboan context, is a person, a kind of traveling doctor. So literally Doctors Without Borders in that sense. As I went through my graduate research, the classes were okay, but when I started fieldwork, a lot of messages kept coming. And one of my colleagues came back from her research and said, oh, the healer I was talking to you to mentioned you and said that you're taking an academic approach. And I was like, this is a strange sentence. What is an academic approach? I'm in the academy. That was the first inkling that I was on the wrong path. Subsequently, during field work, the energies came, the spirits came, and I was told to put the I in Obio. I was a graduate student living alone in an apartment, and my apartment became possessed of different energies. It seemed as if every African ancestor wanted their voice heard during this dissertation. Me. Don't leave out this. Don't leave out. No, you can't. So, what was supposed to take 4 years, this was my estimation, ended up doubling. It took me 8 years to finish this dissertation because of visions and voices. I do feel that at the end of it, I had a good grasp of what Obia was, is, will be continually. But the experience itself, the methodology, was traumatic, I would say, in a lot of ways, because it was so different from what I had expected to do in the academy. And so what I want to talk about a little bit is, please give me the 5-minute warning before the 1-minute warning, moderator. Thank you.
I'll try. Thank you.
I want to talk about the methodology of putting the I. This is how the voice came. Put the I in Obia, like Rasta talk, Jamaica talk. Put the I in Obia. That's like, what does that mean? Okay. Meanwhile, my advisor kept saying, you need to finish. You need to finish. You can't footnote. How did you know this? Well, this is what happened. Well, you can't footnote the spirits, Claudette. You can't footnote the spirits. Stay on track. Pay attention. Well, of course, that was easy to say. Your apartment wasn't full of all these energies going into your computer and changing things that you'd written and telling you, no, that's not right. So, for example, when I was doing the wheel, I got to 4. I said, okay, so we started with the Maroons. Then we know that there was Mayal. Then we know that George Lyle came. So there was Christian Mayal. Then we know that the Congolese came. We know this, and they're like, no. This is not adequate. And so every time I thought I had finished this circle of Obia that they were showing me, I was not allowed in any way to be satisfied until they were. And so what does it mean to put the I in Obia? It is to be possessed of knowledge. There was a certain point at which the students were like, Professor, are you in love? You're glowing. My colleagues were like, something is wrong. Where's the guy? You look good. You're glowing. You're glowing. I was like, so people kept saying this to me, and I went home and I was like, okay, so what is happening? What, people may think I am high. What am I possessed with? And I heard, you're possessed with knowledge. That was profound, because I came to understand that within the Igboan context, God is defined as wisdom and knowledge, as the cognitive scientists are saying. But that wisdom and knowledge is the individual. It is revealed in the individual. So Chikwabiama is the wisdom and knowledge that is revealed in the human being. So the cognitive lens, this notion of God as mind, this notion of spirit as knowledge, was very novel to what I had known previously, my upbringing. Why put the I in Obia? Because within that Igboan context, knowledge possession equates with truth, and it was an insistence of these ancestors that I tell the truth about Obia. So what aspects of my body were involved in this put the I in Obia as I'm working through what that means? So one of the things they did, and this is why I don't have slides and I tend to talk, is that listening was a methodology that the Spirit said was very important. Orality. And so you're in a structure that deals with writing, and they're saying, don't write, listen. And this is something Stephanie touched on, thinking versus listening. This notion that you're a graduate student, you're figuring it out, you always think. And many times it would be like, stop, listen. So my ears were involved, and it was the privileging of orality. So when we talk about embodied methodology as affirming methodology, what the ancestors did was, this is what your people do. Your people belong to an oral culture. You're going to affirm them, you're going to privilege them, so you're going to focus on their orality and listen. So we had the myths, the stories. Even as I was doing field work and I was collecting this data, it was all listen to what mother is saying. Listen to how she pronounces this word. English language says this is the pronunciation, but that's not it. Listen. So my ears were involved in the methodology. My nose became involved in the methodology because they would have me be somewhere and, for example, be on the phone, and I could smell, for example, somebody cooking coffee in their own house. They made me aware of themselves by certain smells so that I could identify, even as I'm hearing, you can't footnote.
5 minutes, Claudia, please. Thank
5
you.
minutes, thank you. I could identify the spirit that was giving me the information through smell. My eyes, validity. One of, Stephanie touched on this business of validity. And what I learned was that the spirits this is the greatest way that one could ever affirm knowledge, because they would say to me, this thing is so, and I would go somewhere that I was sent. This is what you will see. This is true. Go to the library, 4th floor, this shelf, this book, in this page, this is that detail, right? And you will find the information that you need there. Validity in terms of confirming the messages that you get, and active listening in that you go and you act on the information that you get. This business of field work became field work. My skin, the spirit tech, right? No, don't go there. You feel that? Yes, I feel that. Leave, right? That's not where the knowledge is. That's not where you need to be. And of course, this business of being able to speak. They always said, watch the language. And initially I didn't understand what that was, but they were showing me to the different tonalities that exist within the African language. And so what happens is that, for example, when we talk about knowledge, we can talk about the AFA system or the IFA system or the FA system in West Africa, where you're touching, right? In terms of the body, you take up the Ikinifa and you rub it, and knowledge comes from it. Either it is that the person is presented to you or you hear something. I wanna end quickly by saying that I want to thank the organizers of this workshop and this symposium, because the conundrum that I had 20 years ago, where on one hand I was being told I couldn't footnote the spirits, whereas everything I was getting was from the spirit, but that the spirit guided me in terms of how I would end up including them. So the work just became what it is. And in the end, Obia is somebody who has knowledge, the original Superman who flies to help suffering humanity because he has knowledge of the four corners of the earth and how to navigate and help. Obia is a system of knowledge. Obia, in the end, for me, became a way of life. And so I was able to title the dissertation, Gnostic Obio from Chukwuabiama to Jarastafari, and to parcel out through the insistence of these energies 8 primary emanations of Obio, and to be confident. Now, this is the difference, I think, to be confident every time I talk about Obio, because I experienced it. It was embodied. I immersed myself in it, this it that I had not yet a good understanding of. But that experience of doing the PhD through active listening and through what I'm calling autoethnographic interdisciplinary, but which in the end is transdisciplinary, because you focus not
1
so
minute,
much
please.
existing, thank you, on the existing methodologies, but you're creating a methodology by actually immersing yourself in it. And you can identify where this knowledge comes from, and be able to say, this thing that we've been told is the worst of us is actually not. It is the best of us. It is our own system of knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claudette. That was such an engaging presentation, just acknowledging the spiritual power of Obia and the inherent knowledge within the spiritual healer, and to show that academia actually is not a place to exclude our spiritual processes. So thank you very, very much for that. I'm sure we'll have questions after. Okay, so we're on to the last set of presenters now, and that's us, myself. So I'll begin, and I will also Tinakoto Katoa, ku Caribbean tuku Moana, ku Trinidad Tobago, tuku Fenua, ku Kalinago, Rawa, ku Africa, ku India, Oku Iwi, ku Kamilaki Tukingoa, Tinakoto Katoa. Good afternoon or good morning, everyone. I'm Camille Naked. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. The Caribbean is my ocean, and my ancestors are Kalinago, African Indian peoples. I'd like to thank the universities of the West Indies, Aberdeen and Goldsmiths for organizing this conference and inviting us here to present. So I will be speaking alongside my colleagues, Dr. Margaret Nakichatur and Dr. Shakisha Wilson. And our presentation focuses on honoring our ancestors through affirming methodologies. Now I want to begin by talking about affirming methodologies, what it is, and how we arrived at it. Affirming methodologies for us, it's about affirming our own ways of knowing, being, and doing. It values and centers us and who we are. And if you just listening to the speakers that went before, all the practices, the rituals, the obia that we have are part of all of whom we are. And we have to acknowledge the practices that exist within our research methodologies, and we need to affirm that. And we have to recognize too that some of these practices are both helpful and harmful. Helpful in the way that we have our rituals, our spiritualities, our dreams, our blessings, and maybe sometimes hurtful and harmful in the sexism, sometimes in the gender-based violence in some of our practices, in the curses that we use against others in ways that are harmful, not just to them, but also to ourselves. And to be aware that as we affirm who we are, we need to recognize both the harm and help in those practices. And we know that we began a lot of the time with decolonizing methodologies, and decolonizing methodologies was a good way of opening that space for us to recognize the harm that Western-centric or Eurocentric research processes have harmed us, the lens they have used to investigate and research on us and about us rather than with us. And it has been good to expose those very denigrating research processes. But for us, the decolonizing methodologies keeps us limited within a colonial framework, because we are always having to say that we are using our own ways of knowing in contestation with another ways, and why we need to do this way and why we are not using that way. And I think that as good as the colonizing process was, and it moved us forward, we need to be conscious of the necessity to move onward. And this is what affirming methodologies does. It values us, and we are of value in and of ourselves, and that we are valuable in and of ourselves, and we do not need to justify our practices in relation to the other. Because with the colonizing methodologies and the way we look at it, that is contesting and talking about academia, and within a limited space of time. Western academia, Eurocentric academia is limited within that time. But affirming methodology speaks to our ancestors, and that time is eternal. That time is beyond academia. And this is what we are trying to do with affirming methodologies and in research, is to center our own ways of knowing, being, and doing. Next slide. So taking care of our own business is what we do through our own lens. And when we do research, we are always trying to seek something, seek a problem, and we need to do that through our own lens. And sometimes it is not good. Sometimes it's not what we would like. Sometimes it's adverse, but at least the harm or the hurt is ours. It is seen through our lens, and we need to recognize it. And rather than trying to see our problems through the lens of someone else, we see it through our lens, because it's the only way it is going to be solved. And within those affirming research methodologies, we have to allow for the principles of reciprocity, respect, and relationship, because those are the things that actually embody our humanity in our research practices. The reciprocity we have with others, giving, receiving, the respect that we have, acknowledging their own spiritual systems, their own research processes, and having that relationship with one another, because that is how we get that unity that embody humanity in our relationship with others. And this is not something just only for the Caribbean. If you go around the world, you see with the African continent, Ubuntu, and I'm not saying this, Ubuntu is what all is homogeneous to all African nations, but Ubuntu says, I am because you are. For Maori on the lands where I am in Aotearoa, New Zealand, Naku te roro, no te roru, ka ora ai te iwi, with your basket and my basket, the people will live. And someone which is te ulewa, taking care of that space, maintaining good relationships between one another, and acknowledging their own spiritualities, their own ways of doing their own rituals within their spaces.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. And if we have to move forward with methodologies that both affirm and embody all of these traditions and religious practices, the historical role of academic institutions in perpetuating colonial hierarchies must be examined. Indigenous and local knowledge systems were devalued or suppressed within these institutions. We believe that affirming research methodologies within academic infrastructure that honor ancestral ways of knowing can transform academic institutions into platforms for recognition and valuing diverse knowledge systems. We also note that there will be challenges that may occur, and there will be potential pushback from traditional academic structures and from academia themselves. So ancestral knowledge is important. So what constitutes this ancestral knowledge and traditions? The embodiment, first of all, of our ancestors' resilience, their wisdom, their strength, which were foundational to what we know now, our current knowledge systems. They were the ones who navigated complexities and adversities with a profound understanding of their environments and communities. And they recognized their strengths. And as we recognize their strengths, it means now valuing the knowledge that they have passed down and using it as a cornerstone for our growth. And this knowledge passed down included, one, sharing their insights and practices through their oral traditions, their stories, and their rituals. And this method of knowledge transmission, we know, was vital for preserving our cultural heritage and ensuring that the wisdom has continued to inform our future generations. Then there were dreams and spiritual blessings, which offered insights and guidance, and which were spiritual dimensions. We've heard it from the other speakers that were essential for holistic understanding of ourselves and of our own people. And what about the curses? The curses where they recognized that these were faced by our ancestors is equally important. And these adversities and curses and struggles help to shape their resilience and wisdom. So if we continue to look at to this end, let's look at some of the frameworks that we have considered if we have to look at inclusion. These theoretical approaches to integrating ancestral knowledge into academia through the application of affirming methodologies. We know the familiar ones. We know the decolonial theories by Mignolo, the critical race theory and intersectionality, the post-colonial theories by Barber and Spivak, and the participatory action research. And they have other theories that have come on board, like the two-eyed seeing, an Indigenous framework by the Algonquin Canadian scholar Albert Marshall, which encourages the blending of Indigenous knowledge with academic research, recognizing that each eye has perspective and value. And secondly, affective and embodied knowledge, which incorporates this knowledge into academic spaces. It is valid as written or spoken discourse. It is valid as dance, as song, as ceremony, and where we integrate all of these Indigenous cultural practices into university courses. This is mandatory. It has to be a platform for research.
In looking at embodying affirming methodologies, we recognize that to do this, it requires respecting the agency of community and their ways of knowing, being, and doing. For us, these are entrenched in the role of ancestors or ancestors who may speak to us through visions and through dreams, spirituality, and rituals in shaping the knowledge and practices that have been passed down across generations. Storytelling is a vehicle that has facilitated this transfer. The search for new knowledge should then embrace these embodied processes, even if they create some discomfort upon initially coming into the space. There is a sense of duality in sharing in embodied processes in the search for new knowledge. Embracing an openness to learn also creates an opportunity for the dismantling of pre-existing notions of self and how we engage with others in society. The outcome is a potential reshaping of our own ways of knowing and doing. Next slide, Margaret. Embodying affirming methodologies affirms the ancestral links of relationships with the community. There is a push to understand and embody the practices that inform and represent knowledge, meaning, and actions within a community. Authenticity of engagement is important to prevent the reiteration of colonial approaches that minimize, diminish, or ridicule these local ways. There remains an opportunity to create space within academia and other community-related fields to increase the regard for and utilization of these approaches. The strengths and resilience of our ancestors, the power of spirituality, whether in the form of blessing or curse, provide us with key lessons of respect, reciprocity, and relationship that could help to guide a more relevant response to some of the prevailing issues that we experience within our Caribbean societies, and as Camille said, within other societies around the world. So in concluding, honoring our ancestors through affirming methodologies centers the recognition of the intrinsic value of the contributions of those who have gone before us, yet remain instrumental in shaping our understanding of self and space through storytelling, rituals, and spiritual practices. Embracing the value of our ancestors requires an embodied posture of honor, respect, reciprocity, and relationship. By affirming the strengths of rituals and spiritual practices, we garner insight into the local ways of knowing, being, and doing, while unveiling opportunities to reinforce pillars of support that have been historically useful in responding to the needs of our society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I would really like to say, first of all, thanks to all the presenters. Thank you to Sonia and Nika for giving me presenters that stayed on time, on task, and with such wealth and depth of knowledge. That's really amazing. So thank you to all the presenters, and the links between all of them were just amazing. Now, if you guys wanted to show yourselves on screen, I'm going to check to see if there are any questions. If not, I have some questions for you. Also, Stephanie, I want to begin with you. How did coding, you think, erase the knowledges shared? That strict Western approach to coding before you made it something your own. How might that have erased the knowledges that were shared with you?
So thanks for the question. I think coding gives a very specific process that you have to follow. So whether it's you're using deductive coding and you have to use codes that already exist based on what's already in the literature, or if you use inductive coding, like you often have to focus on the specific words that were used and things like that. And I think for me, when you think of spiritual knowledges, sometimes there's something there that isn't apparent in what is said. And so coding kind of, I think in some ways kind of keeps you on the surface. And the spiritual practices start to highlight some of the more deeper meaning. So that's what I think is like the difference.
And just one more question for you though. You talked about there was no rational reason to do something, but is a rational reason excluding us from doing what we need to do and how we do research?
Can you clarify the question?
You referred to there was no rational reason for it, but do we need a rational reason, and does rational reasoning kind of prohibit us from how we want to do research?
Yeah, so I think part of what I'm highlighting is that you can follow these irrational things. So you're following this emotion and you're seeing where it goes. And I think what I am trying to highlight is that we often think of these like feelings or spiritual, like these spiritual inclinations, so to speak, as something that's not rooted in any reality. And so what I was trying to highlight in my presentation is that you may follow something that initially starts with no apparent rationality, but as you follow it, you understand what the journey was, where it was taking you. And so I think back to Claudette's presentation and how she got pointed to a specific point in the library, and she could have, like I think a lot of times the way how we're trained is not to think that that means anything. And there are moments where I may feel like, let me just go to this particular site for observation today over that site. And then when I go, there are things that were waiting there for me that I wouldn't have known through the rational thinking, because the everything that I'd done in my like literature review or how I frame my problem would have set me in a particular direction.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Stephanie. Shahida, I have a question too. You talked about that synchronicity of the physical and the psychical and the duality of being and non-being. But is there anything in between that, being and non-being, and in between the physical and the psychical? Shahid, are you there? You're muted if you are. I'll wait for Shahid to come back. Claudette, are you here? Because I have some question for you. Are you here, Claudette?
Camille, before you go to Claudette, can I just comment on what Stephanie said about the rationality question? I just want to make a point that Antonio Machado said the road, there is no path, the road is made by walking. So as you begin that journey, you know, it forms and it gives shape. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. No, Claudette, you talked about your supervisor says, how did you know? So I have a question to ask you. Does everything need an explanation that is acceptable to the academy?
Yes. I mean, that's the academy. You have to explain things. You know, this business of a literature review, right? That you're building on top of what has gone before. And so you have to show and you have to explain what you're contributing and what's different. And so you have to explain this. So, you know, you could, as I said Einstein is dead, right? But he wrote the books when he was alive. So he's not in that category of ancestors. This written, right? We're in this space where writing is prevalent, and you have to put it down in writing for it to be accepted, for it to be relevant. And so, yeah, she wanted to know how I knew, and how I knew was this is what Spirit told me, this is what they showed me. This is valid because this is what they said, and this is what I found. Full stop.
And what if they had not accepted your explanation, dude? That's what I'm saying. I know everything has to be written down. Well, most things have to be written down, but do they have to necessarily accept your explanation for it to be valid? Because where I am here in Aotearoa, in some cultures, some of the things are sacrosanct. We don't have to know everything. Some things are sacred that you keep to yourself, and things are not to be shared. So I'm just wondering if you explain something, did it need to be acceptable to the academy before it got validated?
Yes. I think I was helped. But so one of the ways, of course, as I said, is the autoethnography, right? And so that is valid. But and so they were actually, I was being allowed to write the dissertation as a stream of consciousness. Like that is something that they would accept. So that there are paradigms within the academy that I was shown that I could employ. And initially that's what I was doing. And then one of the members of my committee said, no, I think she felt it was too personal. And so they sent me back to the cold writing of the academy, which I did with the introduction. So I said, okay, I'm going to do the academic thing in the introduction, but allow me to be a little more loose with the chapters. And that's what they did. So I had the academic rigor by this is what the spirituality anthropology contributed, this is what the cognitive science contributed, etc., etc., etc. And then I went into I framed that the next chapter was actually the stories that I had collected during research, and you know, obviously that is ethnographic material that is heavy, and so yes,
Thank
I
you.
found ways. Yes.
No, thank you so much, Lord. And the final question before we wrap up to the last presenters, Margaret and Shakisha. You talked about rituals and spiritualities, but how do you use that in the research process? Margaret and Shakisha, you need to unmute yourself.
All right. Hi, thanks for the question. And so remember in our presentation, we're not really looking at all of the rituals that we could have. We are not researching or doing research on rituals, spiritualities, and blessings. All of those are important. We're looking at how can these be employed? How can these be embodied in the research process? and using these practices for sharing and for creating new knowledge. Because I believe that all of these are important, not just for research, but for the individual. I hear Claudette speaking about God as mind, as spirit, as knowledge, but the individual finding themselves through our research, through their own exploration of their individuality. Thanks for the question.
Yes, and if Sharid, you have not reappeared, so I would just like to say that thank you very much. Is there anybody who would like to ask anybody other question? I do not know how much time we have, Sonia.
Oh, may I have
Onika?
this?
We actually don't have any time.
Okay.
No, Melissa, I think Melissa, you had a question?
Not quite, just a comment, especially on the that final presentation on affirming methodologies. I found the going so very difficult at first when I was trying to determine how exactly I would approach in terms of methodology. And I tried so many different things, and no matter what I tried, they did not seem to fit because as I would start and I would write, and somehow it did not seem to embody what the practice was that I was working on, which is block roading, which bodies operating, and making meaning. And I have to tell you, though, I did find a way to work with something and created a methodology of my own. I am just saying that I see how the affirming methodologies, I see the parallels there. It really is a spotlight for me because I'm so much more able now to put a name to what it is that I think I was experiencing, right? Sort of a kindred spirit where that is concerned. And so I just want to know how I can be part of that network that's looking at affirming methodologies. Thank you so much. I've learned a lot from it.
Thank you. Thank you. It's always heartening to so that. And if you want to connect with us through, well, I put Margaret, if you can put my name in the chat there, and I hope I'm not breaking any rules here, Sonia or Nika, but if you put my name in the chat, I'm Melissa, happy to liaise with you offline. Are there any questions for anybody else? What you would say is, okay, we have a question from Grace. She's wondering what is the most memorable yield of the brave Western logic briefing work you are doing? To all the presenters, would anyone like to take that? What is the most memorable?
What? I'm not hearing that. What is the most memorable?
What is the most memorable yield? What has the most memorable outcome of that brave work that you are all doing? What would you say is the most, I suppose, honoring thing for you that has come out of this, if I'm getting Grace's question correct?
Well, for me, I know what Obia is. I mean, that is, I know what Obia is. It answered a question that I think nobody else has been able to answer coherently. We get very emotional about this word. And through this dissertation, through this methodology, as you said, Catholicity, the universality of spirits, and that we're not different from anybody else in that sense, but that it's ours that has become demonized for reasons that we know. But I'm just happy to know what Obia is, and I treasure the experience, the visions, and the voices. When I started doing the field work and quote unquote informant would say, oh, this energy came and did so and so and told me so and gave. And I'm looking at her like, what? And then I had the experience. And I had written in my application to Emory that I wanted to know what the healers in Jamaica knew. And that has been realized. So the journey for me was worth it. That I think that I'm one person who can speak coherently about Obi and all its different facets.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Yeah.
Thank you, Claudette. Anyone else want to say what you one thing in two sentences?
I will do that. We
Yeah.
have no more time, and I'm so sorry to have to close off the discussion in this wonderful panel. This is the reason why it was titled Spotlight. I really want to thank you, Camille, for your work and your leadership with your team. And for agreeing to also be presenting and chairing the panel at the same time. I was particularly fulfilled when I read of the work that you all were doing in and publishing in the context of the book Affirming Methodologies. And this is part of I must reveal for those who were not here this morning when I started with opening remarks, that it is this work that prompted me to engage in a conversation across the humanities and social sciences in relation to methodology, a context in which humanities scholars hardly ever insert their voices.
Yes.
So it would have had to have been motivation from spirit. The spiritual, something I say all the time, I tell my students all the time, that research is a spiritual process. So in whatever ways that they interpret that, this panel, I think, more than any other today, certainly spotlighted that very reality. So with that, I know that the conversation is completely truncated. I myself would want to continue the conversation, but we switch now as we transition to our next panel. I have already seen David Kendall and Pt2, and we will begin with just a short transition to these presentations in the next panel that I will be chairing, methodologies focused on embodied and disembodied technologies, especially in this time, a most important consideration. So I think we can just take a minute to switch over, stand up, stretch your legs, get some coffee as we transition right into our next speakers. Can we have David Kendall?
Hello, yes, thank you. Yes. Hello, so my name is David Kendall, and I'm going to talk about visual embodiment of climate crisis, exploring atmospheric slow violence through immersive art and image making technologies. Now, I will use a current research or a project as an example to explain this. In the 21st century, media technologies have the power to positively, excuse me a minute. In the 21st century, media technologies have the power to positively, sorry, I've got a cough, excuse me. Thank you. In the 21st century, media technologies have the power to positively enhance or intentionally distort vision. Furthermore, what human visual experience cannot see and the body cannot feel can be visually embodied and extended by image-making technology like thermography. This proposal explores how visual embodiment is a process of creative exchange between an artist, climate, and environment. Climate change can be seen or unseen. It's a time-based phenomenon often made visible via spectacular photographic interpretations of ecological crisis, such as wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. However, the constructed nature of documentary image making always obscures and distorts as much as it reveals in portraying these landscapes. In contrast, unseen pollution like air particulates and electromagnetic fields unfold in the atmospheric background as structural slow violence, an embodied and subjective experience of climate change that affects people, animals, and plants encountered at speeds too slow to be observed at first sight. My current practice as an artist and researcher is deeply rooted in interdisciplinary collaboration and explores the intersection of art, technology, and environmental concerns, particularly regarding climate change. I'm investigating long-term embodied health ramifications of air pollutants that are perceptually hard to assign to a particular place, time, and source, whether human or non-human. As a consequence, these gradual uncertain environmental outcomes provide research subjects to investigate how analog and digital image making techniques enable the visual embodiment of climate change, thus questioning how invisible atmospheric pollution must affect human health over time. Moreover, this research produces fresh creative frameworks to probe how human bodies act as conductors of atmospheric pollutants regarding climate change. My creative project, Other Lines, considers how to visualize air pollutants and particulates generated from industrial sites at ground level within the Earth's atmospheric boundary layer. Technological developments in digital image making and the circulation of images in virtual and terrestrial environments open up alternative opportunities to communicate and see beyond demarked thresholds between these settings. Consequently, how I engage creatively with virtual and physical landscapes is embodied in this specific project. Contemporary political and scientific and economic discussions about the future impact of atmospheric pollution often focus on current time horizons. Subsequently, archival materials and predictive visual data can be typically overlooked in carefully educating international communities about the potential threat of future environmental change. Therefore, creative environmental research into climate change can offer global audience alternative interpretations. Air pollution is an expanding visual and technological phenomenon that undoubtedly affects how we invariably see urban and rural landscapes. This influences research into perceptual relationships between urban design, people, animals, and a variable climate. A rapidly growing global population and built environment increase in all forms of pollution. Through the lens of mobile smartphones and thermal imaging technology, the artworks in this project attentively examine philosophical concepts of differentiated time. Environmental concerns are investigated through visible and intellectual horizons and possible relationships to visual art, culture, and ecological definitions of the subject. This is a visual study that experiments with photographic, still, and moving images. Monocular viewpoints of industrial architecture and key infrastructure emerge as digital image formations and instantly reveal visible and invisible elements of thermal air pollution. My experimental approaches to visualizing environmental conditions in selected industrial sites in Merseyside, United Kingdom, offer site-responsive opportunities to instantly produce photographic and time-based visual interpretations of hidden or inconspicuous renderings of climate patterns and unstable atmospheres. Exploratory sites of poor air quality typically include roads, local waterways, established factories, industrial plants, and fossil fuel production installations. Furthermore, spatial engagement and active movement along the Wirral Peninsula, informed by lived geographical experiences, perceptual imaginations, and phenomenological discourse, is integral to this productive process. The time-based media works embody technological moments of continuous reformation, social spaces to contemplate past, present, and future horizons, naturally focusing and conveniently visualizing and sensing this unseen in industrial infrastructure and architecture and landscapes filled with factory emissions. Thermal imaging reveals multiple horizons, the micro and macro layers of air pollution. These artworks play with ocular and time-based aesthetics of what could be imagined or not imagined in visualizing atmospheric climate change in the past, present, and unpredictable future. Now just going to show you a short, one of the short pieces, a few minutes long.
For some reason, we're not hearing anything. Is there sound attached to this?
No, there's no sound.
Okay, all right.
It's silent. Yeah. My ongoing work aims to reflect a thoughtful and innovative approach to addressing environmental challenges through art and research. By combining artistic expression with scientific inquiry and public engagement, artworks contribute to a deeper understanding of climate change and its impact on our world. As a direct result, cellular technology becomes a bodily extension, forming new embodied research intersections between social, political, and ecological environments. This naturally produces time-based media research that moves beyond the apparent limits of visual embodied perception, sitting between descriptive representation and visual abstraction. Ultimately, this research questions how artistic visualization can bridge distinct gaps between what is visible and what is not when investigating the visual embodiment of climate change. In conclusion, these single-channel media artworks offer speculative monocular viewpoints of compressed time and space. Neither still or moving, the screen images undulate and merge into a singular shifting narrative. Yet in the foreground, unseen thermal wavelengths pulsate and display the underlying rhythmic, climatic, and ecological landscapes. It is antagonistic unity generated by the ocular technology that merges with embodied and visual perceptual experience, enticing viewing audience to contemplate the environmental implications of how thermal imaging reveals the unseen and the seen industrial air emissions in the built environments. Thank you very much. If you're interested, there's a published paper in Visual Studies Journal. There's a link there, and there's more information on my website. There's a link there as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David. This is really exciting work. And I'm struck by your question, the implicit question really is, you know, how does artistic visualization of climate change become not only embodied praxis and methodology, but the activist intervention for greater environmental consciousness and transformation, really. That's my takeaway from the presentation, but we certainly can have a little bit more conversation about this afterwards. Be it Peter, if we just switch now to our next presenter. We are still the faithful 22 online. I really want to thank all of you who have stayed the course. This is a marathon event. I promise not to do another one in this way, but we will certainly meet again for embodied methodology conversations. It's really the number of abstracts that we received, though, that was so wonderful and irresistible. So can we get your presentation up, Beat? I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
It's Beate.
Beate.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go. It's coming up.
Okay, great. So first of all, thank you so much for organizing this workshop. I've really been at a conference where every single paper has been so relevant, and it's been quite hard to actually take screen breaks because I couldn't take decisions on when to stop and get a cup of tea. So thank you very much. Today I'm talking about a music interview, and this is a method that I've been trying to develop based on initially just anecdotal observations. So where I started, before I moved to the Netherlands, I was for a long time based in the UK, in Manchester. And as part of a bigger project, I interviewed people that were part of a particular music scene. And what I noticed in these interviews that they wanted to share their music experience with me. So they were talking about their music experiences from memory, and they made references to rhythm, to kind of the energies in the music, so the build-ups and the releases, the melodies. And they started doing this by not just talking about these elements, but by actually moving. So something that I could observe. So they would tap their feet, they would raise their arms, and the rising of the arms would coincide with them talking about energy levels, or they would start nodding their heads or banging their heads, or in a way breaking into some sort of performance as they were talking to me about the music. And I realized in these interviews, and I use interviews a lot, that they were starting to embody the music, but I didn't know what it meant. I didn't know what to do with it, what to do with their bodies. Traditionally, partly because it's easier to get ethical consent. We audio record interviews. So these interviews, I also only had audio recorded, but even on these audio recordings, you could almost feel when they would start to show you something in order to better explain what they meant, the point they were trying to make. So we designed a pilot study in which we thought, okay, let's have a look, let's video record people, and let's see what's happening. And at the time, I really wanted to look how people form their identities through music. I mean, that's something that goes, as a musicologist, that goes through my work anyway, but we did these interviews with non-forced migrants, and they were informed in advance that the interviews would be about identity formation, and they were asked to narrate their lives through 5 songs. And I had recognized already by then the importance of memories. I'm really interested in memories, the function of memories, but also memories as a tool. And we asked participants to pre-select 5 songs, and they would share the songs with me via Spotify so that I could prepare them for the setup. And then in the interview situation, we would share the listening of the songs. That was requested by the very first participant, and I thought that might be a good idea, and actually changed the positionality of me as a researcher through that shared listening. And participants who brought with them those memories, I at the time thought I need to give them control of their memories, and therefore also control of the music. So the music that they brought in, they could decide to play or not play, how long they would play it for, where they would pause or stop, how loud it would be, because the music was clearly used as a trigger for particular memories. So that was the setup. It was highly technical in that there were 5 cameras directed at the participants, but they were quite far away, so the participants didn't perceive them as intrusive. But because we also used emotion recognition software, particular lights were needed, so we had to think long and hard how to make the setting comfortable, and yet still be able to record what we wanted to record, which was originally the body movement. What we then found is that time is a really important aspect in these interviews, and I'm not saying music is the only way to do that, but clearly we did it through music. That people are not necessarily jumping in and out of time, because that gives the idea that time is only ever chronological and there's a right and wrong time, but that people are jumping in time, and they're jumping in time to narrate their lives. So the points that they have might refer to the past and or to the present, but also to the future. And I became really interested in what enables people to jump in time. These interviews were highly emotional situations. All of the participants cried at some point. And it was a huge learning curve, the pilot study, because it really brought to the fore the necessity to care. We have moved on in terms of interviews from a situation in which we just want to elicit knowledge from experts, lived experts or knowledge experts, and then they go again, and we just analyze the data in our little studies to kind of make sense of it. But I realized, particularly in this pilot study, that the necessity to care extends the actual day of the interview. So people want to stay in touch because they build an emotional relationship with you, especially when you share the music listening. And so in these highly emotional situations, triggered very often through memories that were linked to the songs, memories then became these mediators between the past and the present, and particularly affect. So it wasn't necessarily people retelling the memory to me once they were back in the interview situation. It was people reliving the memory. And me, as somebody who's worked as an interviewer, I was like confronted with a pure affect that people brought back from their memories into the current interview situation. So the interesting aspect here was the reliving of the musical moments that I could see all the way through as I observed the participant. They relived it in the past, but I could feel it and see it in the present. And this aspect of embodiment really got me thinking about time, but also how affect can be transported. It might transport people, but affect itself can also transport people, and people can transport affect into different times. And of course, the medium through which that happens is the body, because the body is at the same time absent and present in both the past and the present. So what then happened every time is when people come back with their affect from a memory that they've completely immersed themselves into, they would start to moderate or contextualize affect. So almost half of those people apologized for their affective response. And then they would, through words, contextualize or moderate their affect and put it in relation to other experiences. And here I got a really strong sense of kind of affect being pure when it comes out of the immersive experience versus being what I then called manipulated, because it started to be moderated in the interview setting. So in a way, all these findings from the pilot study aren't really findings. They're more particular aspects that we observed. So we started doing yet another pilot study, and this time around, I really thought, okay, I'm developing a sensitivity towards memory. I'm developing a sensitivity towards the body. In fact, I've always been interested in the body, but here I thought, how far can I trust my eyes to what I see, what is observable to me, and what is not observable to me because I don't recognize the affordances of the bodies in the room. People are situated, but also people bring their bodies with their own experiences and in their own contexts. And I have a very clear position, I believe, and usually quite a strong one. I'm trained in the kind of Western tradition of interviews, and there were certain moments when people also showed affect through hugging me, which is in my German training completely unspeakable. And so the question here then really was, okay, which kind of scholars can I bring in to help me to really recognize the affordances that the interview situation brings? And what we have then done is really think about the disciplines that could help us understand each other's data and also the interview situation. So the scholar from memory studies is looking at embodiment in terms of heritage. So how is cultural heritage archived through the body? And also in terms of memory studies, it's a big conversation about the truth. What is truth? What is personal truth? What is objective truth? What is mediatized truth? And so this is one aspect of the interdisciplinary pilot. Then, of course, what was really interesting, and I didn't expect at all in these interviews, people don't just narrate their lives and then explain how the songs were attached to particular life course events or particular activities, but they also narrated the songs themselves. So there was always a story about these songs, and people were very happy to share them, no matter how painful those were. And so the the scholar from narratology really looks at how people construct meaning by telling these stories. There is, which is very new, and it's come up several times today. The kind of some things are not measurable, and we have to accept that. And I absolutely agree. But I do think sometimes it's really interesting to maybe just see how people from the STEM subjects, so the hard sciences, might have a different viewpoint onto something that I'm trying to find out more about, in this instance, affect. And I'm working now with a colleague from the behavioral sciences, and he looks at bodily synchronization as people are having conversations. And it's how bodies move in response to one another. And of course, again, that goes back to the positionality of the researcher or the interviewer, and how I'm desperately trying to break down hierarchies in these situations. But also that it will be interesting. So we haven't actually analyzed the data yet, but it will be interesting to see how bodily synchronization happens across cultures, across races, across hierarchies, and where maybe, because I can see the affordances or begin to see the affordances, where I can adjust my behavior to make the interview situation a more pleasurable but also human situation. We have a colleague from conversation analysis who is interested in music as the third person. So when people talk about music and their memories, what and how do they communicate through the music when they try to include me in the musical experience or in the musical memory? So it's about the turn taking. When, for example, the speaker switches between addressing me, but then also talking in the music or with the music, and how that then might be directed at me again, consequently. And then we have a colleague from sound studies who's really interested in the process of shared listening and how everybody is transformed by shared listening. So who do I become? I think that was today said beautifully in the introduction. Who do I become? The example was reading, but the same applies to music listening. If I listen to music, if I engage in music listening, and of course that can happen individually, but also in a shared way. And so the becoming as part of a situation, of an interview situation, is the final aspect of this of this pilot study. And yeah, that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Really amazing presentation, Beate. And I want to just suggest that the question that's being posed at the individual level, in a sense, is also being posed at the collective level, but also for disciplines, for fields of study such as sound studies, I would argue. I think the implicit question for me is, what implications are there for sound studies when the methodology needs to engage memory studies, the body as an archive, beyond, let's say, heritage making, but also identity making, the unmeasurable ultimately, and of course, your own focus, affect.
Yeah. I mean, I did. Sorry, yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say it will be interesting to see how the methods can really complement each other, and I'm quite hopeful that, I mean, we've already had in our first few meetings, there are commonalities, right? That people also within researching traditions almost synchronize as we as researchers in a room together to really see how we can come together, and that is beautiful to see. I haven't got answers yet, but hopefully at some point I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Beate. So we don't have two presentations on this panel. I've not seen Timothy, but Timothy can let me know if they're somehow online under a different name. And we haven't seen Lin Yang. So it means we have time to catch up
and also to make any remarks or ask any questions of the two presenters. We've heard from David Kendall, fascinating presentation on visual embodiment of climate crisis, and from Beate, the music interview, transporting affect from the past into the present. Any comments, questions? Any last comments from you, David, perhaps? We have heard fantastic presentations. David, Beate.
Yeah, I was just interested to think about the notion of commonality and how, particularly with environmental concerns, there's a shared commonality that spans across all cultures and races and everything else. We all kind of share the same space in that we share the world, and the effects of environmental damage are going to affect everybody on different levels. And I think it's interesting to link that in with this idea about how the human body synchronizes with other human bodies, and thinking about research that encompasses that, on different levels, thinking about how the human body interacts with each other in a particular environment. I think that's a fascinating theme to take forward.
Yes, absolutely. The fact is that whether we want to face it or not, that's pretty much our existence.
That's right. Yeah, it's about existence and about sharing existence. Yeah.
Okay, any other comments, observations? I have, in fact, we do have our presenters for the next panel online. So we could take a 1-2 minute transition, stretch, refresh, while we transition to our next panel, panel number 9. We have Jehoshaphat Sarba, and you already have panelist privileges. So if you wish to go ahead and set up your presentation, if you have an audiovisual presentation, Jehoshaphat is going to be presenting on embodied emotions, exploring affective physicality in the cultural practices of an artisanal fishing community in Ghana. And we also will hear from Pusha Tiwari and Radhika Kundalia on embodied methodologies in the Indian knowledge system, a study of Panchkofa theory. Panchkosha theory. Kusha, please let us know if Radhika will be online with you. So can we start with Jehoshaphat? Philip?
Okay. Hello.
Yes?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'll be sharing a video from my data collection phase. Share sound. And the video talks about, I can't share my sound, I don't know why. But
We've
anyway.
been having some challenges with the
Okay.
sound sharing. I'm not so
Okay.
sure why.
Okay, all right. So let me just share the video without the sound then. I just want us to see some of the cultural practices I talk about in this presentation. So this is when they pour libation to start the efficient activities in the morning. I hope my video is playing.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So let me start sharing my slides. Give me a minute. I want to set up my slide. It's not showing as it's supposed to. Oh, my slides okay.
Is it that it's coming up shortly?
Yes, it's loading.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Okay, let me show my. Yes. So my name is Josaphat, as you have already said, that I'm presenting on embodied emotions, exploring the affective physicality in the cultural practices of artisanal fishing communities. Because of my time, I would skip the background and move to the problem statement. So despite the growing recognition in the interconnectedness between emotions and physicality in cultural practices, there remains a significant gap in scholarly research concerning how this interplay manifests with artisanal fishing communities. Most existing studies have primarily focused on the music economic components of these communities, often overlooking the ways in which emotions are externally embodied through actions. This oversight has left a void in the understanding of how emotional expressions channeled through labor and rituals influence and shape cultural practices and communal interactions. The problem this study looked at is the lack of in-depth exploration into how emotions are not internally experienced, but also physically manifested in the fishing community. So the research questions that guided the study was, how are emotions culturally constructed? How are emotions culturally constructed and dynamically enacted through physical actions in the Maori fishing community? The second one was, in what ways does affective physicality contribute to the social cohesion, cultural transmission, and conflict resolution within the community? And the last one was, how does physical embodiment of emotions during communal activities influence the community's resilience and cultural identity? So for mine, theoretical framework, I used the concept of emotionology, which provides a critical lens for examining how emotions are socially constructed and deeply embedded within cultural systems. This theory is particularly relevant to the study because it challenges the notion of emotions as universal or purely biological phenomena, arguing that these emotions are shaped by cultural norms, values, and practices. In the context of the fishing community, emotionology offers a framework to interpret emotions let me take it again. In the context of the fishing community, emotionology offers a framework to interpret the emotional significance of the rituals these fishermen perform. It also focuses on how emotions externalized through culturally significant practice allows the study to frame the community's physical activities as both emotionally meaningful and socially functional, underscoring their role in maintaining the cultural identity and community resilience. I also looked at Feeling Rules by Hochschild, which emphasizes that emotions are not purely internal or instinctual phenomena, but are deeply shaped by societal norms and expectations. Feeling rules serve as an implicit guidelines that dictate the appropriate emotion states and their expressions to align with their cultural norms. The rules highlight that social construction of emotions. The rules highlight that social construction of emotions is considered appropriate and are varied within different cultural contexts. In the context of the Maori fishing community, emotions are similarly not confined to eternal experiences, but also reinforced and shared through cultural practices. And I also looked at affective physicality, where affective physicality looks at the way emotions are intertwined with physical movement, especially in communal settings. So the methodology used for the study was an ethnographic qualitative research, and I used the ethnographic approach. I did field observations, in-depth interviews, and I coded it using thematic analysis. Now, my findings and dispatches. So the first one is embodied emotions in daily rituals. The morning libation ritual is a cornerstone of the community's daily activities. Before setting out to sea, the fishermen gather to pour libation, invoking blessing from ancestral spirits for protection and a bountiful catch. This ritual is a collective expression of hope, reverence. The act of libation serves as multiple symbolic purposes. First, it's a demonstration of humility and gratitude, acknowledging that their well-being and prosperity are intimately connected to the spirits who watch over them. The gesture signifies respect for the traditions that have sustained their community through countless generations, reinforcing the value and belief that define their way of life. It is also an affirmation of their resilience on forces greater than themselves, recognizing that despite their skill and knowledge, the sea's temperament is ultimately beyond their control. It is also an affirmation on their resilience on forces greater than themselves, recognizing that their skills and knowledge is not equal to the temperament of the sea. The morning ritual is also a powerful catalyst for communal solidarity as the fishermen stand side by side in the performance of libation. They strengthen the bonds of kinship and communal support essential for their collective work. This shared experience fosters a deep sense of unity, reminding each individual that they are part of an interconnected whole. This unity is crucial, especially when facing inherent dangers of the sea. Knowing that they are supported by community and are blessed by their ancestors imbue them with courage and resilience. The ritual sets a profound emotion tone for the day. It instills a sense of purpose and focus, allowing these fishermen to embark on their journey with clear minds and steadfast hearts. In essence, the morning libation ritual is more than a ceremonial practice. It's a vital thread of the fabric of the Maori community, social and spiritual life. It encapsulates their respect for tradition, their dependence on the spiritual realm, and their commitment to each other. So I also look at the affective physicality and communal labor. The physical labor involved in the fishing within the Maori community is not just a means of livelihood, but a profound sense of activity that embodies affective physicality. This concept refers to the way emotions are intertwined with physical movement, especially in communal settings where collective effort is paramount. Fishing, by its nature, or as we have seen, demands coordination, strength, and unity of all which are enhanced through shared emotional experiences and physicality. In this context, clapping and synchronized bodily movements are not mere byproducts of work, but integral components of the fishing process. The fishermen's chants, songs, and coordinated gestures function on multiple levels. On a practical level, they enhance coordination by providing auditory and visual cues that synchronize the group's actions. On an emotional level, these practices boost morale by fostering a sense of belonging and a mutual encouragement. Their collective voices and movement generate a powerful energy that propels the fishermen to overcome fatigue and face challenges of the sea. So I also look at cultural transmission through embodied practice. The participation of younger generation in the fishing activity within the community is not merely an apprenticeship in skill training, but it's a vital process of cultural transmission. As young apprentices work alongside seasoned fishermen, they immerse themselves in an environment rich with traditions, values, and emotional dispositions that define their community. The hands-on involvement allows them to learn embodied practice where physical actions are intertwined with emotional learning. These embodied practices serve as a conduit for socialization, embedding emotions within the physical routine of the daily life of these young apprentices. The synchronization of movements communal songs, and shared labor are not just functional, but are laden with emotional significance. Young fishermen internalize these emotions, understanding them as an integral to their identity and role within the community. This process aligns with the anthropologist Catherine Law's perspective on emotions as culturally constructed phenomena. In the Maori community, the young fishermen's involvement in embodied practice exemplifies how emotions are taught and learned. The apprentices do not just learn about emotions intellectually, they experience them directly through engagement in the communal labor. By participating in the practice, they elicit and reinforce specific emotions that they adopt and are shared by the whole community. So I also look at the last one, which is conflict resolutions and social cohesion. In the Maori community, communal activities such as fishing are more than economic endeavors. They are fundamental to the social fabric of the society. These activities provide the natural platform for conflict resolution within the community. When individuals engage in collective tasks, they require close cooperation. They create opportunities to address and diffuse interpersonal tensions. The demanding nature of fishing necessitates that community members work in unison, aligning their efforts towards a common goal. This shared purpose often supersedes personal grievances, as the success of the task relies on everybody's full participation and collaboration. Ali Russell's concept of feeling rules is evident in the way Maori community navigates interpersonal relationships during fishing activity. Feeling rules refers to societal norms that dictate how individuals should experience and express emotions in specific contexts. In the Maori community, they are implicit expectations that prioritize collective harmony over individual grievances. Community members adhere to norms that encourage them to regulate their emotions to maintain social cohesion. For example, displaying overt anger or resentment during a fishing expedition will be frowned upon, as it could disrupt the group's unity and effectiveness. Instead, individuals are expected to embody emotions that reinforce solidarity, such as patience, encouragement, and mutual respect. The physical embodiment of emotions play a pivotal role in maintaining social cohesion within the community through coordinated movements, shared rhythms in work songs, and supportive physical gestures. Community members express and reinforce positive emotions. These embodied practices serve as nonverbal affirmations of their commitment to one another and their collective well-being of the group. By physically manifesting emotions like determination, camaraderie, and resilience, they strengthen the emotional bonds that hold the community together. This physicality not only enhances coordination and efficiency, but also reinforces social norms and values that promote harmony. How many time do I have left?
Actually, you're out of time.
Okay, all right, then I think I would end here.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you so much. That was a fascinating presentation.
Thank you.
I really wanted to focus on this question of emotion as a cultural archive. That was what came to me as you were talking, that we don't often understand emotion itself as an archive of what is cultural.
Yes.
And the cultural identities, and as a cultural identity source.
Yes.
Yes, amazing.
Yes. Yes.
Thank
Because
you.
you are welcome. You're welcome.
Let me see if there are any comments or questions on your presentation first before we go on to Kusha's presentation. Kusha and Radhika. Burning comments, reactions. Okay, so we will take Kusha's presentation now. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's actually 5 a.m. in India right now. Am I audible?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Okay.
Yes. It's now 6:33 in Kingston, Jamaica, PM, on the day before you.
Is my presentation visible to everyone?
Yes.
Just give me 1 second. Okay. Is it okay if I stop my video so that I don't get this
Definitely.
disruption?
Please do.
Yes. Yes. My presentation is on embodied methodologies in the Indian knowledge system, and which is a study of Panchakosha theory. This is basically a work in progress, and this is an aspect that I have been working on for some time now. And I would be talking about the whole idea of knowledge production, which is very, very subjective, and at the same time is also impersonal in the in the indigenous knowledge tradition of India, and how colonization disrupted that tradition of knowledge production and dissemination, transmission and dissemination. And then moving on to Panchakosha, little bit about Panchakosha also, which is basically, I would try and look at it as, as an area which has scope for embodied methodology, and beyond that, how it moves beyond that as well. So beginning with the discourse of knowledge. Now, knowledge production in South Asian cultures since ancient times is both subjective and impersonal at the same time. And India has had a very vibrant indigenous tradition of knowledge, philosophy, culture, and practices that were either distorted or completely wiped out by the British colonial policies in the 18th and the 19th century. So, colonization, in many cases, including that of India, wiped out or distorted entire ethnography of concepts and representations that defined non-Western societies, and replaced them with concepts and categories of the colonizers. This colonial domination over knowledge production in the colonies continues to shape the global research cooperation till date also, with the research originating from the global south, global north, and which is being presumed as superior to local experiences and knowledge systems of the global south. And at the same time, even after colonization, even after independence, the new colonial control over epistemic resources is manifest in the extraction of epistemes in the global south by a very well-organized research mechanism, which is grounded in the global north. Now, decolonizing epistemic frameworks and knowledge production, and here in this case in India, would require a renewed engagement with local epistemes, with the help of embodied methodologies that are appropriate actually in comprehending and exploring the central essence of the impersonal core of the subjective knowing, that defines the knowledge system. So interesting thing would be to look at how knowledge was produced, transmitted, and disseminated in ancient times with very limited material resources, and how that process was disrupted, and how there is a movement to reclaim that process in the country. As um, our understanding goes, India is a knowledge-driven civilization where, we attach a great value to knowledge, which is visible from the largest collection of manuscripts in various domains which still exist. And in this knowledge tradition, knowledge has been constituted, stored, and maintained in the framework of the oral culture. So this oral culture, it thrived and flourished via universities that were established thousands of years ago. So we've had, the distinction of setting up some of the world's earliest and best universities like Takshashila. These are the remains of that university, and it was established almost around 2,700 years ago. And it was interesting thing is that it was home to over more than 10,000 students at a given point of time who came from all over the world. And more than 64 areas of study were practiced in this university, areas ranging from Vedas to grammar, philosophy, Ayurveda, agriculture, surgery, politics, archery, warfare, astronomy, music, dance, and more. So, and other famous universities in India included Nalanda University. These are the remains of Nalanda, which was established in the 5th century by the Gupta Empire, or Gupta dynasty. And there was also Vallabhi University, which was established in 6th century, and Vikramshila University, which was established in the 8th century. And there were other many more smaller institutions. Now, all discussion around knowledge in India is centered around three pillars or three principles, which is darshana, which is philosophy, and philosophy used to be seen as a system that would lead to knowledge, that is gyan. And when knowledge gathered about a particular domain is organized and systemized for the purpose of reflection and pedagogy, it was called discipline. So based on this framework, Indian knowledge tradition is, it was facilitated by the hypothetico-deductive methodology that unraveled the cycle of expression and reflection through which perceptions came into experience and got assimilated into knowledge. So the point that needs to be, that I am trying to make is that that expression, reflection, and perception played a very, very important role in generating knowledge, or in generating knowledge through or via experience. So there was, there was an innate involvement of the self in assimilating that knowledge. So, and this is how even the Vedas were composed by the ancient sages in a deep state of contemplation. And Vedas, of course, being a huge repository of knowledge, remind us how acutely we need to anchor ourselves to the foundational philosophies so that we can unlock the immense potential within our lives and seek solutions for sustainability related exigencies and human-centered problems. Now, there is a very very important Indian philosopher, Bhartrhari, who said that knowledge is constituted in our inner self as in ourself, which is the result of inputs given by the senses and that are further processed by the mind and intellect. And finally, this consumed knowledge exists as our transformed, altered self. So it's a very interesting statement that he gave, because he basically talked about the whole process of generating or assimilating knowledge is involving the inner self and the senses and the mind and intellect. So basically, the mind body duality is not being talked about here. That's what I'm trying to say through this quotation, that he was talking about how there is a fluid continuity from the body to the inner self, involving the senses, mind, and intellect, that in its entirety, this entire framework of the body, the mind, and the intellect and the senses, this entire framework would contribute towards constituting knowledge. So it was only when these all came together, these were all in sync or balanced, that knowledge was produced. And at the same time, in the end, what he says is more interesting, that it also led to altering the self, or maybe, that's improving or enhancing the self. So that's what, that's an interesting concept that comes from this knowledge tradition. And but what is to be given due thought is that the Indian mind, has not relied completely on mind and senses only, but accords the central role in knowledge formation to meditation and deep reflection. So it's only with meditation and deep reflection that the connections between the body, the senses, the mind, the intellect, and the self is established. And meditation and reflection, again, they are very necessary, I would say, instruments to achieve the sense of, to achieve the sense of peace, or to achieve the sense of supreme bliss. And in the Indian knowledge tradition, knowledge was constituted in the mind, it was stored in the mind and not outside the mind. Thus, the requirement of the oral culture, which in turn determined the structure and style of the texts that were composed. So as oral texts, they are constituted to facilitate memorization, as they were to be held in the mind and transmitted orally in the teacher-student interactions, even in ancient times. So knowledge in this mode becomes simultaneous. It was not sequential or linear. It was not like one thing led to the another. It was like a lot of things were working simultaneously, as is the case, the linear knowledge. The idea of linear knowledge comes from the scriptal tradition. So that was not the case with this knowledge tradition. So it's important to understand that Indian oral culture is an alternative culture of knowledge, and it's not a default culture which existed because writing systems were unknown, as is often alleged. So, and nobody could say that of India, as there are proofs of scripts existing in the Indian, in the Indus Valley civilization, which are being excavated now. So what is to be understood, again, is that, and again, very interestingly, the other concept that emerges from here is that what is to be understood is that Indian knowledge formation is not much dependent on verbal testimony, which has been central to major systems of thought around the world. Rather, perception is an important epistemology of Indian thought. So whatever was perceived and imbibed by the mind and the senses and the intellect, and in a pure state of meditation, in a higher state of meditation, would become or would come out as knowledge. So that is the background under which the theory of Panchakosha becomes very important. Now, the theory of Panchakosha, which comes from Taitra Upanishad, is to be understood as an embodied methodological approach that, and beyond that even, it goes beyond that, because that aids the process of unlearning and relearning with wider implications for life, education, society, and environment. Now, Upanishads, again, are the ancient treatises which give us the indication of teaching methods in the Taitra Upanishad in particular. We have more direct indication of the ancient scheme of learning, ancient scheme of learning. And it describes 5 layers of consciousness. So these are the 5 layers or the koshas of consciousness. So the first layer is the physical body, which is called Annamaya Kosh. The second layer is the life force, the vital life force that keeps the body alive, which is called Pranamaya Kosh. And then the third layer is the emotional body, which is Manomaya Kosh. And the fourth layer is the intellect or the intellectual body, which is the Vijnanamaya Kosh. And then all of this in the end, when all of these layers are in sync, all of these layers are balanced, it is then that that leads to a bliss or higher understanding or higher consciousness. Now, Indian wisdom tradition conceptualized the human being as a multi-tiered entity. So it was not just the body that constitutes, or the body mind that constitutes the self. It goes beyond that, ascending from the lowest material plane to the highest plane of ultimate being. And this tradition provides a structural framework. So this is basically to make it more comprehensible. A structural framework to highlight that the self is not in reality the limited entity it generally takes itself to be, but is essentially capable of self-transcendence. So these layers, have been depicted in the form of, spherical sheets through which the consciousness of the learner must evolve to reach the all-encompassing experience of fullness of the self and the world. Now, and now I'll talk briefly about these layers, just very, very briefly. So the first layer, which is the physical body, it can be balanced or brought in sync with the self through yoga and meditative postures. So the body becomes a sensitive instrument and leads to a greater awareness of the levels and functions of the mind, making one realize the significant dimension of pure consciousness. The second layer, which is the life force, the breathing, the breath that gives life to the body. It's the subtle, it's the subtle energy of the body, and this leads to a deeper understanding, and it can be balanced with the help of breathing exercises, which are called pranayam in yoga. And this can lead to a deeper understanding of the connection between the physical, the mental, and the spiritual aspects of the being. So, and the Upanishads, they have prescribed various meditations on this life force to raise consciousness from the body to a higher level of life force. So the consciousness on the level of this layer is more subtle and powerful than that of the first layer, which is the physical body. Now, the third body goes beyond this, which is the mind, basically. So, which is the mind, and which again is to be brought in sync with the other two layers. So, again, Taittiriya Upanishad suggests that by practicing lots of discipline or engaging in selfless service, they can garner a greater sense of inner peace, compassion, and unity with oneself and the others. So this layer is where thinking and doubting basically occurs. And it is this layer where all the thoughts originate, the doubts, the anger, the lust, the exhilaration, the depression, the delusion, or they are dealt with in this layer. And once once the self has dealt with these aspects and characteristics, then it goes beyond to the next level. So this layer represents the inventive and the critical thought, the making of novel connections and the combination of ideas. The fourth layer is, again, it goes beyond simple functions of the mind. It involves... Yeah, I'm wrapping up here. Just give me 2 minutes. So it's more, it's about, it's more than intellect, and it deals with the capability or the capacity to analyze. So the study of, scriptures, or the right inquiry about, for example, who am I? And through meditation, all these common methods penetrate and reach past this layer. So this layer represents the intelligence or the consciousness and the philosophical thought and the metaphysical intuition. Now, the last layer, which is the state of in which the self achieves a state of transcendence, it's a deep state of meditation in which one becomes, the self becomes one becomes completely absorbed in the self and experiences a state of pure consciousness. So this is the most harmonious state of mind possible and associated with states of ecstasy and rapture. Now, after this, I'll just skip one part in which, I talk about the lower knowledge or the higher knowledge, which is called apar and the par vidya. I'll just skip that. But I would sum up by saying that the limitations that are put on the limitations that are put by the surroundings or by other factors, by other factors are, transcended by achieving stability in these 5 layers of the self. And it is this kind of involvement, this kind of mind, body, self involvement in learning and relearning and learning, unlearning and relearning is what was demolished with colonization. And it has succeeded in creating, or it did create in the Indian mind, the inability to recover that special kind of scientific spirit that was sustained by high intellectual and philosophical culture, and by the aspiration and power of climbing the peaks of higher levels of spiritual consciousness. So by knocking off, languages like Sanskrit from the mainstream of education, we have been robbed of that power to recover the true cultural heritage and power of assimilation, creativity, and synthesis. So the theory of Panchakosha helps us understand how we can decolonize these knowledge frameworks and enable an intuitive correspondence between the self, the individual's microcosm of perceiving experience, and the individual macrocosm of the world perceived at large. So it is thus an embodied and affirming methodology that, and the methodology that reaches or explores, decodes the self, that aims to highlight the achievements of knowledge systems of, knowledge systems of the global South, with possibilities for global impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kusha. A fascinating presentation again. I don't know how many times I'm going to use this word for the day, but I think my question to you would be, linking this to this idea of Panchakosha to how we do what we do in the academy. Is there a way in which this informs practice in terms of methodology?
Yes, interesting observation and question. As I said, that Panchakosha basically, I think I did forget to mention that in the very beginning. Panchakosha is basically a theory that addresses holistic development. And holistic development would, as a methodology, how to achieve that holistic development through, these 5 layers, and what all needs to be done to achieve the stability in these 5 layers and a pure state of consciousness, which ultimately would help in learning, or improving, help in learning or knowledge production. So that's how in the academic sphere, and it is being practiced in Indian school systems also, because yoga and meditation, reflection, all these have become part of the curriculum itself. So there are specific, classes that are organized for students, so that, their entire personality develops in order to contribute 100% to the process of learning. So that is how it is used in the education system, and not just in the modern day schools, but also in the traditional schools that still exist, traditional small setups. And now even traditional universities are coming up, which use or which incorporate these practices in the main stream process of learning, so as to enhance the capacity of the self, the mind, and the intellect to acquire more knowledge, to contribute or to work with the 100% capacity of the mind and the intellect. So that's how it is being incorporated in the academic system as a methodology that addresses not just the mind and the intellect, but that addresses the whole being of the learner.
The whole being.
Yes.
Thank you for that response. Any questions for either Kusha or Jehoshaphat at this time? Maybe a comment? We can take 1 or 2. All right. So I think everyone is satisfied. And we will just thank our panelists for these evocative, let me use Elizabeth's word, evocative presentations that brought to us even more insights on methodology, embodied methodology for holistic development. We heard from Kusha as a philosophy of knowledge production. All right, so I'm going to hand over now to Dr. Pablo Herrera, so we can move to the next panel. Please do stand, stretch. Let's get ourselves in tune for the very last panel for the day. Please stay with us as we close out this workshop.
Thank you, Sonia, for passing that on. The word fascinating is going to be definitely the catchword for today. It was incredible. I mean, across all 9 panels so far, I think we just, like I was explaining, like sort of saying, we kind of tapped into the sources, and the sources that are replying. And like you said, we spoke to the sources, and the sources are answering. And I think that's really, we see it wonderfully sort of, illustrated. So just to continue and close this sort of magical day, I have the pleasure of introducing our last panel and basically guiding it through to its end. It's really, really exciting. This conference is quite energizing. So our last panel, the 10th panels, and I welcome you all to it. The title of it is the relationship between auto-ethnography and embodied methodology. And we should have 3 presenters. I see Limor Augustine here, and I also see Grace Livingston, who's also part of us. I'm not sure if
I don't see Cyril, but I also have to make Limor a panelist. Please accept the invitation, Limor.
Okay. So Just for those who haven't seen me most of the day, those who arrived now, my name is Pablo Herrera Beitia. I'm an Inclusive Excellence Postdoctoral Fellow at the University of Toronto, Scarborough, in the Department of Arts, Culture, and Media. And I'm part of the organizing committee of the Embodied Methodologies Workshop. And today we should have 3 presenters. Is Cyril here, or is he just going to be
I
Grace?
don't see Cyril.
Okay, so great. So we will have today then Limor Augustine from York St. John's University, who is a fourth year university, a PhD student in counseling with a professional background in youth and work and mental health. And we're also going to see, Limor will be speaking about arguments of ethics and of care and community in embodied research. And then Grace Livingston, University of Puget Sound, who offers reflections on ideas and practices with which she wrestles and include the curricular creation and principal teaching and research seminary for majors in African American studies. And she will be speaking about, with the title presentation is Toward Breaking with Long Epistemological Hauntings, Approaching Embodiment as our own hermeneutic demand. So with that, I will open the floor for Limor, and then we'll take it. And next we'll have Grace. Limor, it's your floor.
Hi, thank you very much for that very warm welcome. I've been following as much as I can of the talks this evening, and feeling really humbled and very affirmed by things that our colleagues have been talking about. So I'm really excited to be in this space, and I appreciate you having me. So my presentation is not going to have any slides this evening. I did prepare a PowerPoint with slides and citations, and I went through all the sort of traditional academic processes and found myself realizing that I needed to honor the limitations of my own body in the space, I think, really, and to recognize that I'm presenting late at night in my time zone. And I'm also a person who lives with a number of chronic conditions which impact my energy. So I think it's better for me to speak a little bit more from the heart today rather than trying to follow the structured presentation that I had written. So I'm going to be talking about arguments for an ethics of care and community and embodied research. And this is a topic that I've found really difficult to pin down. I've been through the process of putting this presentation together and found myself not being able to pin down what it was that I wanted to say and how I was going to say it. And that's really unusual for me. That's really been a first for context, because I teach undergraduate students. I'm quite an experienced presenter, and I generally have a way of getting a knack of getting into what I want to say. So I've been digging into this experience and why it is that I've been finding it so difficult with this presentation. And I think ultimately it's because there's so many things that I want to talk about and so many things that I want to capture that are very difficult to do in the time that I've got. So what I wanted to do really was to acknowledge that embodied research and embodiment in research is emotional labor. And, you know, I'm really thinking deeply about some of the presentations I've seen tonight that have been really powerful, particularly Claudette's presentation around Obeah really moved me to the point of feeling very emotional, because I recognize in our colleagues' work some of the emotional labor that I know that I undertake with my own research, and very much have this sense that a lot of us are undertaking very personal work that requires us to dig really deeply into our own sense of identity, our own positionality, and our ways of knowing and being. But we are doing this work often in silos. And I'm conscious that I'm speaking from a position of my own location within a university in the UK. And so my experience might be different to some of our colleagues that are coming from other parts of the world and moving in other cultures. But for me, throughout my PhD journey, I've had this real sense of disconnection. because of the nature of the work that I'm doing and the difficulties that I've had in finding people like our colleagues that have presented this evening who are doing this kind of work, that I can have these conversations with face to face. And I think for me, there's something missing from the structure of higher education, certainly in the UK context, in terms of offering that care to us. So from my own experience, I've been part of an organizing team of students that have put together postgraduate conferences, for example, and we worked really hard to create spaces where we wouldn't call them safe spaces because we knew that we couldn't guarantee safety, but we worked in ways of trying to think about safety and think about care and think about spaces for people to rest in the events that we organized, for example. So I know that there's amazing work that's going on with individuals that are trying to connect with each other and support each other and create spaces for each other to explore the work that we're doing and to be supported in the work that we're doing. But for me, this should be coming from the institution. This should be something that is better resourced. I feel that our educational organizations are having us experience disconnection that is by design, because we are working in these very individualistic cultures that are not created for us to collaborate. So those of us that are working with one another and supporting one another are doing so as additional labor. We are doing this on top of our workloads that we have as academics that are teaching in the academy, and we're doing this out of our own generosity a lot of the time. So I think that there's a real need for our organizations and institutions to recognize this and to resource us in a way that allows us to create spaces of care. So I'm coming from a practitioner background. I used to work in mental health, and I, in that role, was part of so many spaces throughout my working week, had so much structure around being able to connect with colleagues and gain support, being able to talk about the work that I was doing and what was challenging me and how those challenges were personal to me, and being able to support my colleagues in doing similar kind of connection work that enabled us to create boundaries and to know when it was okay to step back from things and to know when it was okay to ask somebody else to collaborate with us or ask for support. And that infrastructure that we had in mental health really sort of trained and socialized me into a way of working that taught me how to care for myself and taught me how to draw my own boundaries. So I know how to access support. I put myself in lots of different spaces that enable me to connect with other colleagues and to build networks with people and to support one another. But I'm so aware that I have so much privilege in the background that I've come into academia with, in terms of having that training and having that support. And it's also specific to my discipline because my academic discipline is counselling. So if I need to access support in terms of the ethical issues that are coming up in my research, for example, I can do that through my supervisory team. My supervisors are qualified counsellors. That's not the norm in academia. We don't all have that access in terms of support. We don't all have people who are supporting us or caring for us who are not qualified in a formal way, but people who are resourced in a way that enables them to listen to us and show us care and to prioritize us and our well-being. So I think really the argument that I wanted to make was around the institution needing to have more of a duty of care for researchers and for people who are doing this work. And it's really something that's striking me as I sang through listening to the presentations today is who's holding us, who is providing the care and the support for us as researchers who are doing this deep work, and who, you know, I think we've come a long way historically with research in terms of research ethics that I guess didn't really exist in the way that they should have done at the beginning of a lot of the conventions that are developed in disciplines like psychology, for example, which is one of my kind of background subjects. But I think that we, I've totally lost my train of thought because the fatigue is getting to me. But yeah, I was just thinking about how we've come a long way with ethics, but I don't think that we've come far enough, because I don't think that we recognize the emotional toll that this work is taking on us. I don't think we recognize the way that those of us who are electing to do this work and are electing to be part of movements and organizations and conferences like the one that's happening today are doing so voluntarily, and not everybody's doing that. So some people are choosing not to be involved in that emotional labor. They're not taking on that additional burden. They may be doing so from a position of privilege, that they're able to disregard some of this emotional work, or they may be doing it because they don't have the luxury of being able to think and work in this way and push against the conventions within our disciplines in this way. But I think that if the academy can resource us to be able to pay participants for taking part in experiments, for example, and if the academy can come up with the money to provide platforms for well-established academics to come and speak at events, or for events to happen that raise the profile of our institutions, if they can be heavily invested in platforming work that uses buzzwords like decolonial, which are quite popular and trendy in the UK now, then I think that the establishment can also resource supporting researchers in the way that mental health professionals, for example, are supported. And it doesn't have to be through formal things like therapy, because obviously not everybody wants to engage with that, but it's through having spaces that we can access when we need to access them, having spaces that give us the opportunity to share the skills that are in the academy. So we have so many of us from different backgrounds that have been socialized in ways of working that allow us to support and hold and care for one another. If we could resource that so that the people that are doing that work are actually being recognized for that work and not having that time appropriated and that emotional labor appropriated from them, I think that we could really disrupt and shift and change the cultures within the institutions that we're working in. But I think that it's something that we need to do collectively and individually in terms of fighting for this greater depth of care, community and accountability, because I think that degree of connection in the academy would be more ethical for us as researchers, but also more ethical in terms of the care that we give to our participants, and making sure that we protect our participants and that we think of ethics as an engaged ongoing process, not something that we do to get through an ethical committee and then we're left to our own devices to potentially disengage with things that we really need to be thinking about and interrogating more deeply. So I think really that, in conclusion, that I think that the system isn't going to change itself, but that we can collectively change the system through action and encourage the system to change in a way that acknowledges the labor that we're doing and gives us a greater degree of care and a greater degree of connection with one another. So thank you very much for listening, those of you who are still with us.
Oh no, that was spot on, wonderful, Limor. Super wonderful. I think you knocked on a few doors on that, but we're gonna return to that. I took a few notes. Great. If you can jump in now, that will be amazing. Thank you for that so much, Limor.
So I would say good morning and good evening and good night also. It's just after 4 where I am. So in the Pacific Northwest, in the United States. I just want to start by saying a genuine thank you to the leadership that brought this together. I am so glad that in the days, and I'm thinking of what something Lee Morris said, in the days that become more and more crunched with the kinds of expansion in our labors, that I was on at 5 o'clock this morning. So 5 o'clock this morning here. So I feel that I have learned a lot, and there are things and there are ideas in this, what I will present, that will shift on account of being part of this learning. So thank you to the leadership, and thank you, Pablo, for sharing us here.
Thank you.
So I'll begin. So as you know, I've entitled these reflections Toward Breaking with Long Epistemological Hauntings, Approaching Embodiment as Our Hermeneutic Band. One way of framing what is central to the core of the contemporary atmosphere, the contemporary sensation of crisis in the United States, is situating it as one in which the public intensified assault on Black life through Black bodies and embodiment, is meeting the assault on bodies of Black related knowledge. The crisis, characterized by contentions over critical race theory, the 1619 Project, and more recently, African American studies being part of advanced placement high school curriculum, with the in tandem banning of books and surveillance of particular ideas, and elaborated in proximity to a growing ground of reception to closing the Department of Education at the national level, and deportations en masse of ranging and differential, transnationalized and nationalized, now deterritorialized lives of color, projected as spectacle on a global stage of spectacle and terror through actual bodies of color. They make stark this settler nation's embedded disquiet about facing and reckoning with the deflection of accountability for the transatlantic slave trade and enslavement in the Americas alongside genocidal histories and their agonizing legacies and hauntings. The call to embodiment as method then, as mode, as ethos, as ethic, heard and forged in such conditions, lands as a hermeneutic demand. Hortense Spillers first crafted this framing as she sought to figure out the ground of the 1960s in what were often is often called the emergent forms of Black studies and then women's studies, awash in a nexus of social movements where there was no choice but to just hit the ground, her words already running, and where there was this sense, this pressure of being compelled to establish the game and play it all at once, as expressed in her preface essay to Black, White, and in Color, Essays on American Literature and Culture. And then Spillers returned to this idea closer to our moment when she was trying to figure out the sense of the cluster of crises in our moment in the essay called Time and Crisis, Questions for Psychoanalysis and Race. As she looked at the historical pressures of our now that seemed to just be going at a steady state, just sustained ordeals, and us living in the aftermath of patterns of pasts and presents of the colonial, racialized supremacies and misogynies and the genocidal. So the hermeneutic demand, what I take from her work for my own journey is that the hermeneutic demand involves crafting dispositions and practices that can discover the urgency of a moment in the very alignments that assume impossibility, to interpret the situation in the process of living it, amidst intransigent borders, not only national ones, but canonical ones, to create against the stubbornness of tradition, and to interpret the situation that you're looking at, living in, and try to imagine through frozen postures of closure that actually try to pass itself off as knowledge, and then to listen when new itineraries are trying to become, to listen for the gut tracks of what can yet be. So I hope I take that sense of a hermeneutic demand into this moment of the pressure of past and presence and are now, and I take up the call to embodiment as a hermeneutic demand, as one who works in African American studies, has been part of building both the first minors and majors here in what is framed as a predominantly white institution. More importantly for me, a historically white institution. Those are two different ideas in my mind. At a liberal arts institution, and I'm thinking about the experiences of moving against the intransigencies, against the stubbornness, the foreclosures, and the outright hostilities. As someone who's been part of co-creating and principally teaching the research seminar for undergraduates, and also teaching at the graduate level for those who are going to go into secondary schools to teach the philosophical and historical foundations of knowledge. I am drawn by the way that this workshop, the call for this workshop ties the terms of engagement to the methodological turn as an issue of accountability for invisibilities, accountability for what is left out, and importantly for me, to be reflexive about the complicities with that leaving out an invisibility and those invisibilities, not to point outside but inside to where the complicity might lie. And as I've heard different presenters say today, who do we have to become to do that epistemological work? Those questions draw me in, and I reflect on that, moving toward embodiment. And what I'd like to do here is concentrate on one idea that with which I have worked, through which I've tried to figure things out, that helps to work on how does one move toward embodiment when it lives at the nexus of reopening and reinscribing wounds at the very same time that that act can animate a historical imperative towards reclamation and to the reparative. So teaching towards embodiment, processing production of knowledge, shaping research questions and hybrid methodologies with students at the rub, at the nexus, but I prefer the word rub, of the internal, the external, and the felt surfaces of being. That idea that I'm going to talk about today, one of them that I've worked with is this idea of dropping down. It was forged in praxis, in African American studies while I worked there, while we worked to build the Race and Pedagogy Institute, forged in the curriculum work, in the community work, in the classroom, forged in collaboration with playwrights such as the work of Susan Laurie Parks, August Wilson, and C. Roslyn Bell, forged by looking at scholarship from the work of Jeff Prohl from Cornell West, especially his blues and philosophical scholarship. And he talks about, dropping down becomes a downward and inward movement that pays attention to a sensibility grounded in the body's core, a place where the easy distinctions between among thought, emotion, and sensation drop away. Akin to Cornel West's take on sensibilities invoked when juxtaposing the work of Anton Chekhov for him and John Coltrane, he says that motion involved in dropping down can be, or he allows me to think of that motion involved in dropping down as textured by a blues sensibility that offers another way for sensing what knowledge to pursue and bring to all kinds of processes of learning, including the classroom. So what wounds that are reopened? What is it that's made visible that feels like we have to tangle with if we're going to reclaim and repair the reparative? I have found working here that I have to listen to the critiques and the cautions that come from women of color scholarship that talk about the kinds of stereotypes about intellectual weakness and inferiority. And somebody used this word earlier today, the kind of reassertion much earlier. I think it was one of the persons who was part of the planning, Mimintia, the revivification of supremacist stereotypes around the unintelligence of Black women in particular and of women of color. So to move to the internal surface, the scholarship says, wait a minute, you're trying to bring up this space of precarity that has lived in the historical for women of color. Then there's scholarship, and it bothers me that I think there are now 3 books on this since 2012, presumed incompetent in intersections of race, class, and gender, women in academia, that whenever the internal surface is called up or the aesthetic mode is called up, we retreat or there's the retreat to stereotypes in practice about sexualized stereotypes, and again, the intellectual stereotypes about inferiority. I also have in mind that I can't ignore the scholarship that of like Darlene Clark Heim, that talks about the history of dissemblance in the United States as a political strategy of Black women who use that to actually shield, to shut down emotions and to keep the inner surfaces hidden and non-disclosed during especially the 20th century period of simultaneous lynching and the ignoring by the state and other forces of the rape of Black women. So I think about that. Then I also think about what the Audre Lorde uses the terms risk and bruising. And I think of the risk and bruising that can happen in classrooms when particularly young white students revive and activate right in front of you the practices and the behaviors of the mammy relationship with Black women. So it's something that I have tried to write about and call it, so the reinvention of the now in the academy, the Black female as an intellectual mammy. So I want to pay attention to those dangers. And also I will confess that I bring my own hauntings to the US space. From Jamaica, from the Caribbean space with me, and I hear largely these voices are classed and raced and gendered in my mind. You know, not everything good to eat, good to talk. And I feel I also carry that haunt with me that also then makes me screen and remake. And I think about complicity, the borders of the internal and the external, of the body and the felt and the mind, and I have to listen to that. So I'm thinking the challenge then is to do work of reclamation and repair, and to come to terms with the simultaneous reality that there's also complicity in numbing, being complicit in numbing the internal surfaces where that very knowledge production that is needed for that very knowledge production, that's needed for that kind of truth telling. Pragmatist philosophers have called it the anesthetic versus the aesthetic relationship. And what does it mean to revive that and to reassert that in the name of doing the important historical work of being on defense, or also just, it's called plain old watching your back, right? And also, I heard another speaker speak to this, that the US Academy is such a policed space in the moment where harm is made equivalent. There are equivalences of harm, and that is policed, what you can do and what you what you can't do. So in that kind of mode, there is looking out for that policing. And also in the research process that I know I'm involved in teaching students, we have institutional review boards. And what are their watchwords? Anonymity, distance, and confidentiality, and harm reduction. And the first questions they ask whenever emotions come, whenever issues of race, intersectional questions of race and gender come up, is who's going to be harmed by this? So there is that surveillance that is not at a distance, but is there every day. And I'm going to close. I'm watching my time. I want to return to Audre Lorde. There's a film. I know we all know this, that it seems to be a season where scholars And scholars and public scholars and artists are going back to find those on whose shoulders we stand and telling different stories about them. So I'm looking at, for instance, the kind of newer work that is coming out on Audre Lorde. So the work on Audre Lorde, the Berlin Years, that's something to take a look at. But I'm thinking of, it's a 2020 shorter film that's called At the Edge of Each Other's Battles, the vision of Audre Lorde. So is it possible to take that very situation of injury, that situation that has been so steeped in violence, and not to be, we're not going to be careless with it, but we're going to be vigilant about looking at it, but also go to the very injury and hear Audre Lorde say, it's possible for us to meet at the edge of each other's battles. And she's thinking in activist and advocacy terms. I'm thinking also in epistemological and knowledge production terms. Why can't we take a hold of that injury, understand that there are battle lines, the historical injuries have their residues, face it, move on it, and see what the yield is of meeting at the edge of each other's battles. I've been working through what it means to encourage students to move toward knowledge, even when the edges are raw. In a situation like this, and what happens when students of color, particularly Black students in a situation here, have to take up that challenge. They're taking up that challenge in a situation of very differential risks. And I want to close with somebody, well, we lost just this year in July, that's Bernice Johnson Reagan of Sweet Honey on the Rock, that a cappella group, who was the first Black cultural historian at the Smithsonian. One of her essays that a colleague gave to me is where it's really a gift years ago to take a look at. It's an essay on coalition politics, turning the century. And one of the ideas she talks about is that coalition, so it's on coalition, and she says, the part of coalition that we don't think about, we celebrate it when it's made. But at the core of its composition is injury. And sometimes when coalitions backfire, it's because we've moved past the injury. I wonder if the work that we do epistemologically to repair the breach, to repair the portal across what we call the in and the out, the mind and the body, doesn't always have to live in V.Y. Mundimbe's gnosis and knowledge of Africa, the mind in Europe and the body in Africa. It's today I was struck by how much stamina that idea has. What is it that we're going to take? Is going to take to really move and take that out, to use that language. We can't move past the violence and the injury. We have to do something with it. Thank you all again for today. Really appreciate it, leadership.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much for that delivery, Grace. This is incredible. That is super, actually very fortuitous for us to have you basically give this words in along with Limor, give this words at the end of this final panel tonight. And I'm very struck by the power that, as you noticed, the power of this workshop today. I was telling Sonia over text that we seemed like, I repeated again, it seemed to we may have tapped into some sources, and the sources have responded. That was a beautiful commentary that you made, Grace. But I wanted to go back briefly to the notes that I have. I took a couple of notes in terms of how to share and then produce some commentary. And I think we have a bit more time because the other panelists didn't make it. But listening to Limor, I was thinking, and I think that this speaks directly to what you do after she spoke, Grace. But I was thinking, listening to what she was talking, Limor was talking about, it felt like there was this particular ethics of care in embodied research that require or desire or say put us in front of the need for an orientation to the duty of care. And I think that's probably perhaps the same thing that you're talking about, and this idea. So okay, now and then when we engage with the question of care, what is the first thing that we need to do? And Grace was like, well, how do we manage the injury? How do we deal with the injury? How do we deal with having it raw and the edges being raw as they are? How do we pass on? But I want to continue, and then similar to that is just like the idea of embodied research as emotional labor that was actually discussed in the panelists earlier. In the same framework, and it seems like this is really so recurrent in the same framework of this conversation about embodied research and embodied methodologies. Someone earlier talked about emotion as the archive, as an archive, right? And then how we see the articulation of these ideas, all of them bringing one after the other. Limor's presentation, I think, ultimately was about this idea of like, how is it that we manage the duty that we have with emotion, with affect, with caring for other people, and how that actually has it offers a particular challenge to the formula of institutional work within which we work today, the one that we exist in living the present today. And then in many ways, I was actually thinking that this idea of care and ethics of care that we have been discussing since the beginning, and ethics of embodied methodologies that we have been discussing since the beginning, what kind of challenge do they posit for resetting what we describe as the colonial work? And then how I think the Limor, even though you spoke with no presentation, the urgency that you talked about, and it's an urgency that Grace talked about as well, is there. Like, we have to do it now. There's no, that we cannot continue to linger. And then in lingering and taking on the task of doing it, there's a certain question that Limor touched beautifully, which is like, how do we continue to do the work and make it sustainable, right? So this is basically kind of an overall idea, but I was really struck by your revisitation of the question, how do we become, or what do we need to become, or what do we have to become to do what we need to do? And I think that question is so solid in the sense that if we think about earlier questions that come from like other ways in which the system has been struck by, say, for example, Leninism. The question of Lenin was, what is to be done? But if we think about now about this question of what do we have to become in engaging the future? I think that what's really beautiful in revisiting that question in the way you did it, Grace, and also Limor symbolically, is this idea that we need to first understand the transformation that's needed at a personal level and collectively to then engage with really the work of, like, the demand that you're describing. And I love that you basically talked about Hortense Pillars. I'm thinking really about Fanon, and I'm thinking about also how Professor Henriquez this morning talked about this idea of reasoning, or in the practice of reasoning, as to produce or be the catalyst for abstraction. So when you mentioned the question of a hermeneutic demand, I felt like this is so Caribbean. This idea that the moment the transformation that's necessary has particular demands that, David Scott talked about historiographical demand based on the work of C.L.R. James. You're saying now, yeah, and I think that this duty of affect is so important. There's a particular affective demand that we need to engage, and that affective demand will lead us to a hermeneutic practice that's new, right? But I kind of want to close these ideas of decolonization, etc., with this question of the, the implications of risk and bruising and trauma that you dwelled on, and in what way would that shape the production of this abstraction that we're supposed to engage with in the disembodied methodologies, right? What do we do? How do we account for the bruising? How do we account for the risk, and the stubbornness that there is, that we know, in the system to continue? We talk about tradition, but the system is active. The system that we're against, that is up against us, is a system that, yes, has a tradition, has a legacy, but it continues to be active. It continues to do the work alongside the work that we do to push back. So how do we manage the bruising that continues to be exerted on us? And then how then that new abstraction then becomes that of a new order in this embodied turn. I want to say embodied turn rather than embodied methodological turn. I think that's already happened. There is an embodied turn that we're talking about. I think that's actually why pretty much what happened today. But I think I want to leave it in this embodied turn. Then what do we do with the numbing and that will allow us to continue going? And what is at stake, and what do we do again with the injury that you manage in moving on now?
Perhaps I might jump in here if nobody else is jumping in.
Please, Sonia. Yes.
Really fascinating papers, and I suppose for me, there is so much that is poignant about Grace's, let me say, keynote. And it's about forging alliances. It's about forging alliances of accountability to dispel, as she says, invisibility in the academy, which is a space of labor, and of intersectional identities, of multiple sensibilities and epistemologies. And this is what is fantastic about getting papers from India, from Africa. There is a way in which we are, in fact, through the presentations, being able to appreciate these intersectional identities and sensibilities and epistemologies. So we're thinking, I would suggest a new regime of accountability around dispelling inferiority through embodied practice, through embodied praxis, through embodied methodologies. I would suggest also that we're talking about political strategies that consistently promote invisibility at the individual and collective level. So how do we battle those? And I think it happens, like Stuart Hall says, in the diversity. The haunting and the trauma and the surveillance are right there in the mix of spiritual access, of community healing, with an ethic of care that is necessary, and knowledge systems that indeed promote visibility. So in so many ways, this event has made steps, I think, toward what Grace has suggested in terms of building coalitions and signaling that there is an embodied turn, which in essence is also, by definition, a human turn. Perhaps the answer to the question, who do we need to become, is human.
We can pause on that briefly if you want to, Sonia.
I suppose we could. It wasn't a benediction.
Well, it is in many ways one. It is. But I think Limor may probably want to add some to that as well. Limor.
Yeah.
I wanted to say I really loved your term that you just coined there, Sonia, of alliances of accountability, because I feel like for me, one of the ways in which I have found connection whilst doing my PhD has been really outside of the academy, because I've found it quite difficult to find people, certainly locally, that I can connect with, that are doing research that they're interrogating in the way that we are in this space today. But I have found alliances outside of the academy in local groups that have a decolonial or an anti-racist kind of core to them, with people who are engaging in interrogating their work and their positionality, and the environments that they're moving in and how they're caring for people. And I feel like that term of alliances of accountability sums that up beautifully in terms of the spaces that I certainly have found very supportive, but I've had to find them outside of the academy. So I think the notion of having that in-house, but having that be a cultural shift where we expect that to be something that we do, rather than it being something that some of us are electing to do and others are not. I think that's kind of the crux of it for me, is how do we call people in to join those of us that are doing that type of work, so that we can support one another, you know, have a better sense of what each other are doing, and learn from each other ultimately. Because I think within academia, we've got so much knowledge, and these hubs of kind of concentrated expertise, but we don't share it with each other as much as we could, because we don't work in a way that's as connected as it could be. And I just feel like we're missing so much from the opportunity to share our knowledge more widely, and to share the different kind of positionalities that we come from. And somebody was talking earlier about diversity as well. I feel like we're missing so many opportunities that we could really tap into if we can create that greater sense of connection within the academy as well, and not just outside of it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is I'm really this is so inspiring. But I kind of wanted to, I think I spoke for a little bit. I want to give more space to, maybe there are other questions or other interventions. Stephanie Bent was saying some things online. Stephanie, would you like to share with us some of your ideas?
Yeah, I think I was just struck by a lot of what was being said about kind of the impacts that embodied methodologies have on us as individuals. And so as we were talking, as the presenters were talking about that, it made me start to really go back and think some more about some of the different types of emotions. So when it's anger, or when it's pain, or when, you know, I'm mourning that something doesn't happen in a particular way, that it impacts every other part of my life. It's not just something that happens in data analysis or happens at a particular event. Like I carry that in my spirit. I keep thinking about it. It's something that may come up in my it may come up when I'm sleeping or when I'm dreaming. And so it's something that just kind of continues with us. And so yeah, that was just what was on my mind as the presenters were presenting.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Well, what about you, Grace? You want to add a bit more? You seem to be muted. Yeah, now.
Thank you for that, Stephanie.
You're very low for some reason.
And Sonia, what you said is low. Am I still low?
Now
Okay.
better.
Right. And Sonia, what you said before, and more when you that word care, and I think so if we're gonna do new regimes, new alliances of accountability, then one of the moves that I see, that I heard our discussion coming off of Limore's idea of care, is that how it struck me was that then it removes that persistent gendered understanding of care, that it falls to
who we think lives in the world as female. And then it's intersectionalized and who is further down the chain. You know, who does the labor of care, who does the floor, who does, you know, then we never, our discussion is not, won't get rid of that, but what it does is it removes it off of the individual and the persistent gendering and racialization and classing of that, and moves it to the institution, which is what I heard Limor say, and in Sonia's words, of the new regime of accountability. So that's on my mind. And when Sonia said human, what came to my mind was, well, I can tell you what was on my mind. I've been asking myself, what are we going to do? What am I going to do when the mass deportations start, not at the national level, but in where I live? When folks come for folks, what am I going to do? And, you know, just what am I going to do? What are the people around me going to do? What's going to be the stance? And the words that came to my mind when Dr. Sonia said, I should say Dr. Stanley Nair, pardon me, said human, I couldn't help but think of Professor Sylvia Winter's 1992 essay, No Humans Involved, an open letter to my colleagues. And that this, I sincerely believe a conference like, a workshop like this can do that in this moment, because in the moment of the beating of Rodney King and the acquittal of the police officers and the rebellion in LA, she didn't write the LAPD, the Los Angeles Police Department. She didn't, I'm not saying she didn't pay attention to that. What she did is she turned her attention and she turned her guns, so to speak, right on the academy. And she said, no humans involved. I'm not, when she heard the LAPD say, young, poor, Black men of color are NHIs, no humans involved. She had words for the LAPD, but her words were for us. And she went after us. She went after the system, the regime that has, Christina Sharp has an essay called And to Survive, where she says we have to be careful about the way we parade violence as care. So again, when Limor said that, I thought about the ways in which violence is packaged for us to swallow it as some other thing, you know. And again, I'm always wanting to make sure we think about our complicities, because power doesn't operate without our consent. So it's that work. And if we can, I heard Sonia say, what are the political strategies? Then if it's not without our consent, then how do we make sure that that is? So if it's, you know, it's no humans involved, you know, part two, these, but, you know, but I'm not being light about it. I'm just saying, when that starts, what is our stance? When they take our students, when they come, what's the, you know, and I know I could go further with that, is my point. So I was thinking about those things when I heard the discussion. I'm so very grateful I was here today.
Yeah, no, that's the NHI. That article is, it's so, actually, you've just brought it to the light again. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, particularly in the kind of collective experience that may be to come, and you know, yes, that's something to really think about. But I kind of want to leave it to the words that have been said. I think it's been a pretty long day. We're 3 minutes before 8 o'clock. Any other commentaries? I don't know, Robert Hall, Deborah Lee, Kusha, people who are here. Any other comments?
Yeah, I would just say that it's been an amazing experience in this workshop, and listening to the panelists
from different sessions. It's really an experience where, there are new insights about other cultural and political contexts that we have been able to understand, specifically from where I come from, that is India, because though the workshop has been majorly about how the body responds to or is a result of the the happenings around, but at the same time I've also really come to appreciate through this workshop that is there is an effort in various academic capacities also to see beyond traditional ideas of research or very conventional Western oriented ideas of research, so which are coming up, and which is what we are also trying to work on, because at least here, I understand that because it's really difficult to bring out the full potential of the knowledge resources without developing indigenous methodologies. And these indigenous methodologies can be embodied, can be conscious, can relate to, respond to conscious or the subconscious, whichever aspect fits with the local epistemologies. So I somehow think that this is a very great initiative, and I'm really glad that I could become part of it. And hopefully, in future also, I would really love to interact more with the audience here and with the panelists here and beyond. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Definitely, thank you so much. Thank you for those words. And so with the words, any other comments, further comments before we close it up? Sonia, you may want to be leading up to maybe offer final remarks.
I think you have the last words, Pablo. I started this morning.
Okay,
you can take us out.
Take us out. So basically, I kind of won't. I think I don't want to try to expand more or over the words of others that we have been speaking with today. So in the nature of doing and continuing to do participatory work, I want to offer just a remark that I loved what happened today, and I was very impressed by the kind of interventions that we invoked and actually manifested in this conversation that we have collectively today. I think like I said, I think we call upon the sources, and the sources responded. And I don't want to go further than that. There's so much that could be said. I'm gonna sort of leave it to that. I think that may be a better flavor of the night. Thank you so much, everyone who participated on today. Thank you to the organizational team, Sonia, for the initiative, for the endurance, for the work, for the push. Thank you, Elizabeth Anderson, for being with us all along for over a year now. Thank you to Professor Julian Enriquez for being such a stalwart of the work that we're doing and the innovation that we're adding. Thank you, Onika of UW Mona, for working alongside Professor Sonia Stalinaya to make sure that we had the kind of environment that we had today. And thank you to everyone else in the team to make sure that this event happened today. And I want to thank Professor Sonia Stalinaya for bringing all of us together to this experience as Embodied Methodologies, the workshop of 2024. With that, I think that it's a really, really wonderful way to. I forgot to actually mention Tia Monique Uzor, who's also part of the team that helped us organize. I think she's also done an amazing work and be part of this team to put this together. I hope that we can see everyone else and all the other faces in the future and have your voices again to speak with in our hopefully our next moment of meeting, next workshop. Thank you so much, and blessings for everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you,
Thank you.
Pablo. Thank you to everyone who stayed the course of the day. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you.